I'm going to just get right into it here. And let's talk about what we did in the last 2 weeks, okay? Oh, you can keep playing them. That was really soothing.
Oh, you like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
No? Okay.
No?
Uncle Mama says no, so we gotta stop the bulls. All right. So the first week of this great awakening, I was talking about new quotes from the Law of One that got very precise in describing for you how this whole thing iterates into the Ascension, dreaming, and where this is really taking us. And there are some very important spiritual principles in the Law of One material regarding the idea that this world is an illusion. And I really wanted to start you off on that point. The number of times that they use the word illusion and that they refer to this concept, it's a very difficult philosophical concept for most people to accept if they live in what we would call the materialistic reality. A materialistic reality, you know, which you already know, but I'm just going to define it again just to start simple before we get into this very, very heady material. I'm going to be giving you some serious sacred science this week. There may be some degree of review if you've seen other shows of mine, like last year's Ascension Mystery School, and we had about half of the people that signed up for last year's sign up for this one. So there will be some repetition for you, but again, as I said, if you go to a Billy Joel concert, you're definitely going to expect to hear some of the classic ones like Just the Way You Are. If he doesn't play that, you're going to be pretty mad. So same thing applies here. You all want some sacred science and some geometry, and so that's one of the things we're going to get into this week, because once you really understand some intrinsic points about the way reality works, a lot of stuff is going to make sense. So let's talk about this. Do we really know what matter is? No, we don't. Do we really know what atoms are? No, we don't. We think we do, but our scientific consensus is the product of a belief system that is only based upon indirect measurements of the quantum realm. There's only really two ways that we have ever determined what is going on down at the subatomic level. And you have quantum chromodynamics, and you have bubble tracing. Okay, that's really all there is to understand what the heck reality is all about. What is our universe? Is this thing that I'm sitting on right now solid, that's holding me up? Is it solid, and is it real? I said quantum chromodynamics and bubble chamber. Okay, what's quantum chromodynamics? Specifically, they study a particular substance which they can chemically deduce by various chemical tests that this is a pure molecule of a particular compound, a pure series of molecules of a particular compound. And then what they do is they decay the molecule, which means wipe it out, okay? And you can cook it or things like this. And then as the molecule breaks open, it gives off a spectrum of light. Okay? And within that light are certain shards in the visible light and outside of visible light range spectrum. There's certain shards in that spectrum in which there are colors. And then there's large amounts where there are no colors, and that would be called black body radiation, where you don't see any color. Okay? So then what we do is we say, okay, well, this one is calcium. Calcium has these little funny lines that go here, 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 and there's missing places in the spectrum. And then we got nickel, and nickel does these funny lines. And dude, that's all it is. It's breaking down a piece of calcium, breaking down a piece of nickel, looking for where the lines are in the spectrum, and then making elaborate assumptions based upon chemical signatures for each chemical in the periodic table. What are the light signatures that that substance gives off if you break it down? And then from there, the Rutherford model of the atom, you know, this idea that it has a nucleus and it has electrons, that's based upon, I believe his name was Adam Rutherford, shooting individual protons through a piece of gold foil and seeing how many of them make it through and how many of them get stuck. And because of how many of them did make it through and didn't get stuck, he determined that the atom was 99.9% empty space. that the nucleus was something hard, but we don't know that. All we know is that the nucleus interfered with the protons going through, okay? Then what else did I say? I said bubble chamber, right? A bubble chamber is where you have, again, some kind of particle emission, some kind of breakdown that leads to a particle emission, so you have to release radiation. And then like a radioactive isotope, thank you, and then it will spiral around, make a funny squiggly pattern in this chamber where the bubbles are designed so that anything that moves through it leaves a trace behind that you can photograph. And believe it or not, there are scientists whose entire lives are spent analyzing the patterns of squiggly curving lines. And that's all they've ever done is figure out how these squiggly curving lines work, where they move, and that's all there is to it. So that's what we've got. We got Rutherford shooting atoms through a piece of foil. We've got quantum chromodynamics, which is light spectrums coming off of atoms. It doesn't really tell us anything. And then we've got bubble chamber. And all the bubble chamber tells us is that something is squiggling around. The whole entire idea of the atom that we now have, the Bohr model of the atom, BOHR, is based upon an assumption that an atom is like a solar system where the nucleus is like the sun and the electrons are like stars. However, electrons do not behave ever like particles when they're in the atom. The only way that electrons are assumed to be particulate in nature is because of photons, okay? Photons move into an atom as a packet, as a wave packet. And then once a photon goes into an atom, it becomes absorbed and it turns into one of the electron layers or shells in a particular electron region. So once you have enough electrons, which means enough photons going in there, you'll fill an orbital shell or a van der Waals bond. And supposedly that's as far as it goes. We don't even have in mainstream science any alchemical way to change an atom in its basic signature. We can't turn lead into gold, for example. So again, what I'm trying to say to you here is that the law of one is telling us one thing, which is that the universe is a conscious identity, and that's all there is. But in fact, there's other stuff going on. There's other stuff going on where we think right now that there's hard particles because we're in a matter-based materialistic viewpoint, and that is wrong. All that we really know for sure is that there's squiggly lines and there's color spectrums. So what I'm saying to you is that when you can have a lucid dream and you leave your body into a dream state, which we're going to talk about that today, you leave your body, you go into the dream state, and then as a result of doing that, you're able to create an entire reality seemingly out of your mind. That's what the conventional dream research analysts conclude, that a lucid dream is a product of your subconscious. Well, if that's true, and you can prove, I mean, anybody can have a lucid dream. This is not difficult. The science is well established and works. So once you've had one, then you have to accept that you can have a reality that was all created theoretically by you. That your mind is powerful enough to create an entire reality with characters and trees and indoors, outdoors, wherever you end up going, whatever you end up doing, you create that reality for yourself. And that's your lucid dream. And you're living in it, and you can fly, and you're fully conscious, and you're looking at your body, and your body is there, but everything else around you is there too. So the conventional viewpoint is, well, let's think about this, right? We have 5 senses, and from those 5 senses, each one of them creates electrical stimulations through the nerve fibers, like if it's touch, or if it's your eyes, there's electrical signals, which is basically going to be digital, right? Digital on-off pulses going to your brain from your eyes, digital on-off pulses going from your eardrums to your eyes. Okay, that's sight and hearing. We have taste. What's that? Digital impulses from your tongue going to your brain. Smell, digital impulses from your olfactory senses going to your brain. And touch, digital impulses from your nerves. In every case, the brain is taking pure electrical information, pure on-off electrical signals, and it's creating everything that you see that you interpret as physical reality. Your brain is creating the world, the floor, the walls, the ceiling. You're looking at things, you're listening to things, you're listening to how the sound echoes off the walls, whether you realize it or not. You're smelling things, you're noticing where the origin of a smell might be. All these senses are the result of electrical activity. So therefore, your brain is creating what you perceive as reality, and that could explain how your brain could create a completely alternate reality, that it has these blueprints and it has these memories that it can draw upon to manifest what you would think of as reality, okay? Now, the law of one teaches us that the universe itself is a dream. The universe itself is an illusion. They use that word over and over again. It's not real. It's not even a tangible reality. That the only thing that's actually real is the identity of the Creator, which is your ultimate essence. You are the Creator. Your identity created this universe. There's nothing else that really exists except for that. That's a very, very different way of looking at reality, okay? And the law of one also teaches us that, and I'll show you the quotes for this later on, that the entire universe is light. Now, interestingly enough, they also say that there was one photon that the entire universe originated from. That is a law of one thing, and I'll show you the quote later on. So the universe says, let's go back to what I said last week, because this is, again, big, well, 2 weeks ago now. Because I'm going to give you the big, big stuff, and we're going to zero in on it with a microscope, okay? So the big, big stuff is, and by the way, if you want a chair, we can, there's one right there. So the big, big stuff is, it starts out as intelligent infinity. And intelligent infinity we can't really contact or process. That's not what we would think of as God. What we would think of as God is that intelligent infinity became aware, and then it led to intelligent energy, which, as you remember from the first week, the law of one calls intelligent energy logos or love. Logos means God, but it also is the Greek term for word. So in the beginning of the book of John in the New Testament, it says, in the beginning there was the Logos, and the Logos was God, and the Logos was with God. So we talked about the idea that the Logos, in law of one terms, can represent the universal intelligent energy of God, the whole one infinite creator thing. But again, the one infinite creator for them is beyond intelligent energy. It's also intelligent infinity, but we can't get in there. The only way you get to do that is to reunify with the octave, and they don't even know what that's like. They can't describe it to us because they've never been there. But you can certainly access intelligent energy. It has 7 densities, as we talked about. There's 7 true color densities of the photon. And then from within that 7 density area, you have 3 dimensions. They're always going to be in 3 dimensions, and those 3 dimensions create stars, which can butt off into other stars, which can create galaxies. And then the stars butt off planets, and the planets have people on them. 40% of everybody in the universe apparently is human-like, and there's other designs that have been out there as well, but it's a very common design. So 40% of everybody looks like a person, and they all go through a spiritual learning evolutionary curriculum to get back to oneness. We talked about the fact that in the origin of the universe that there was no veiling between the conscious and superconscious mind, which meant that everybody was basically happy being alone and sitting around blissed out like a bunch of rich kids that were spoiled. Nobody was growing, nobody was learning, nobody was teaching themselves anything, and it was a disaster in universal terms. A veiling was created. We talked about this, the veil between the subconscious and the superconscious mind, and that at that point we now have access to the possibility of separation. For the first time, we could feel abandoned, alone, isolated by the universe, that nobody loves me, I'm all alone, woe is me. Well, that actually creates the opportunity for a lot of great stuff. It creates music, beauty, art, sculpture, dance, theater, ballet, everything you can think of that's great about being alive. It inspires people. It makes them want to move forward. And we also have the negative or Luciferian force, which is out there to inspire movement and change through the interference with free will. Now, this is again review, that's why I'm going through it quickly. We talked about this all during week 1. So, the Luciferian force inspires movement and growth, and they talked about this in the Law of One, that tribal cultures that exist in harmony with each other, but it's a harmony with a lot of oppressiveness. You might have a patriarchal structure of local elders that rule with absolute authority over women, and the women don't have any rights or freedoms. And it's only when they get invaded by a superior negative force that they are forced to change. They are forced to learn new languages. They get new technology, and their whole social structure is overturned, which leads to the possibility of things being done on a much better level than has ever happened before. I am starting to see articles coming out about how all of the states in America are rebelling against this shutdown. We are not going to kill the whole planet over this thing. So some states are opening up as of May 1st. A lot more are going to open up as of May 15th. This is fresh intel from mainstream media today. The states are just not going to put up with this for very long. So if you have a life-threatening illness, you're going to need to stay home longer. If you are elderly, you're going to need to stay home longer, most likely, if you're afraid of this. But as I tweeted over the last week, top immunologists said most people that get this never even know they have it. The media is trying to spin that like it's a bad thing by saying, oh my God, if you have this thing and you don't even know, you're a super spreader now. You're spreading it to everybody and it might never go away. No, this is not a super virus. It's just a virus, and this is what they do. You get the thing, you run it through your system, and you don't even know you had it for the most part. Very few people will even know they had it. It could be as much as 85% of people don't know they had it. 70% is one of the other estimates is out there. Even the most conservative ones are saying 50%, but there's not enough testing because most of the people that are getting this thing don't know they have it, so they're not getting any testing. So, we are in the middle of a change period, and I believe that what's going to happen is this is a fake out. This is not the long one that's going to go on and on, but it's definitely getting people ready for the idea of, you know what, the world is not as stable as we think, and it'll never be the same after this. The economy is going to take time to rebuild. Let's hope that they do the mass arrests soon, or maybe some of them, a lot of them might have already happened. There's some indications of that. I can't go into detail right now. We're not cleared to talk about that yet, but it might have been that a lot of it already got done. Okay, we don't know, but we're awaiting confirmation. And it might be that we just need to have it announced to us, but that a lot of it has already been done. Okay, so when we're in a situation like this, it's very obvious that the stuff that I've been telling you for so many years is probably not BS. I've been telling you for 11 years you were going to need to have stored food and water at home, and now here we are. I was telling you for 11 years, well, at least 5 years, that there would be about a 2-week period, and sure enough, the part I didn't see was that after those 2 weeks that you would be able to get food from the grocery store. It's just going to be that you got to go social distancing and all that stuff. We're in a very, very different world now, and nobody is going to look at things as being as stable as they were. Even if we get everything reopened, it's going to be a whole new consciousness, and let's hope that we find out about the arrests of top cabal people. I'm very confident that we will. I can't imagine the Alliance isn't going to do this, and it would be ludicrous to think, after all these prophecies that have already come true, that all of a sudden, oh well, this is where the prophecies stop. And yes, that's a very good point too. We have had incredible news coming in about the busting of child trafficking rings, and I will probably be doing a video on this on YouTube this coming week, so we're sorry that I didn't email you about last week's YouTube video that was live. What had happened was I had been booked with a particular very, very large YouTube channel. We're not going to say which one right now, and they blew me off. So basically we were in hair and makeup and we were ready to go, and then nothing happened, so we said, well, guess what? You know, we're already here. We're already all lined up, and so let's just do this. So we just did a live video spontaneously. So next time we will make sure that you get your email, but you can go back and watch that one on my YouTube channel, David Wilcock 333, if you haven't seen it. But a very exciting news is coming in. I've seen numbers of anywhere between 35 to 50,000 new children who have been rescued, who have been deeply traumatized, held in underground bases, underground tunnels, ships that are black sites that are in international waters, MK Ultra victims, torture victims. They're going to need extensive rehabilitation and healing, but they are alive and they have been rescued. They were not killed. And that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. In fact, there are pedophile rings that are being busted, and this is happening right now. We just got new briefings about this today of a major, how many states was it? 7-state pedophile ring where they've all been home and they were trading images of babies, abuse to babies, including apparently terminations, snuff films. And they were all at home and they just got arrested. A 7-state pedophile ring looking at baby snuff films just got arrested. This just happened. So this is huge, and it's very exciting because the world is changing right before your eyes. And we have these powerful individuals who have been sculpting the way that you look at reality for their benefit. They don't want you to have a spiritualized view. They want a materialistic view. They have enforced upon you a Cartesian dogma in which matter is made of little particles, and that is not true. The law of one model is that matter is made of intelligent energy, and that the intelligent energy has a series of vortex rotations off of one photon. That the entire universe is actually one photon, and that all other parts of the universe are slightly distorted mirror reflections of the one original photon. So you only have one photon, and then all the rest of the universe is basically like a distorted view of light. It's a distorted view made by photons. So in the law of one system, atoms are made of photons, which again, you can shoot photons into an atom and you'll get more electrons, but they're not really electron particles, they're clouds at that point. Photons turn into something like a cloud when they hit an atom. They don't stay as particles. So the law of one says the universe is made out of light, and we know that atoms take in and discharge photons and turn them into atomic energy. So yeah, it's all light. And that's what Einstein's ultimate bottom line was. E equals mc squared, right? Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared. That's a derivation based on light. Energy, mass, and light. E, m, and c, right? Mass is light. Mass is made of light because it's all intermingled in this equation. Energy is a function of mass, and energy is the function of mass and light put together. The universe is made out of energy. So energy is made out of light. All right? So it's all there in some kind of nascent form. But we have to unpack this with the tools of science, because I believe that once you are properly informed about what reality really is, where we take what the law of one tells us and then we look at it in terms of actual science, then this whole idea that we are holograms of one infinite creator, that we are fractals of the illusion, will make a lot more sense. The sacred geometry makes a lot more sense, because what I'm actually saying is the only thing that really exists is the intelligent energy produced by intelligent infinity. The only thing that intelligent energy ever really made is one photon. And then all the other photons are fractals of that original photon, okay? And everything else is made from atoms that are made of these fractals of the original photon. The atoms are made of photons. The atoms then make what we think of as the visible reality of the universe, but it's all actually a holographic reflection of one photon. So in case you haven't heard this before, some very basic foundational stuff, you can take a photograph of something as a hologram, and then you get a holographic plate. That's how you store it. Most people would think that if you cut a holographic plate in half and then shine a laser into each half, that you're going to get half of the hologram. That's not true. You get the exact same hologram. You can chop it into quarters, and you hit each quarter with a laser, you get the exact same hologram. You can chop them into minute pieces, And no matter how small those pieces get, theoretically speaking, you're still going to get the whole hologram. What does that mean? That means that the very nature of the holographic picture on that holographic plate suggests that the entire information of the whole image is in every little minute portion of the holographic plate. And it's just that as you get the whole plate, you now have a more robust and full image. We were just watching today a new whistleblower video. It came out on Facebook. It's got Spanish subtitles of a guy who was taken into a hangar and shown what looked like a stealth bomber hovering over the ground. It looked extremely solid. He was completely convinced it was real, and the whole thing was a hologram. And it was all fake, and they could turn it on and off and make it appear and disappear. It had no reality. And he was asserting that that's what the Phoenix lights were, that that was a test of a holographic projection of a flying triangle. That may or may not be true. We've heard other versions that the TR-3B is like a hot air balloon that has the projected hologram on the bottom of this rippling balloon material that it's made out of like, machine parts and stuff, but that's not really what's there. Anyway, we're going to be unpacking that video even more because the guy had an insider that said that between the end of 2017 or thereabouts, that they were going to modify the flu virus and release it to create a pandemic that would mirror Spanish flu of 1918. And the guy looks in the camera and says, if this happens, then you'll know that I told you beforehand what it was going to be and when it would happen. So he got the year wrong by 2 years, but they modified their plans. And so if they'd planned on it originally being in 2017, they had to move it forward. But they still tried to do this. It didn't work, thank God. And now we have the possibility of real healing. So again, sacred science is one of my favorite things. And this concept that you have intelligent infinity creates intelligent energy. The only real thing that intelligent energy made is a photon. And then it's just a bunch of mirror reflections of the photon. Like the holographic plate, you can chop it up as small as you want, but it's always going to be made of photons because the photon's the only thing that's really there. So each photon is the universe. Each photon is a mirror reflection of the one infinite creator. That's why anywhere you can zoom down into the quantum realm and you're going to go back to the same point because there's no time and no space. So you can zoom into any one point and get the whole universe, and that's the concept that quantum physicists call the Higgs boson. It's the concept of a single particle, if you want to call it that, and I hate that word, but a single particle that the whole universe emanates from and is made from. So in slides here, this is what we call the universal seed. That's one term for it, where all of space and time is the emanation of a single geometric form. Now, you've heard me talk about this before, but again, this is like, I have to do some greatest hits here, or else I won't feel happy because this information is so red hot. I don't want to presume that you only saw Ascension Mystery School last year, or else you don't get to have this. Okay, so again, here's this shape, okay, and the concept here is that this shape is all there is in the universe. This shape is down at the quantum level, where you can zoom in on any point in space or time, and you're going to come back to the same point. Now, if you haven't seen this before, this illustration does not at all cover what I think this thing really looks like. When you ultimately see this, it's going to be a tetrahedron, and it's going to look like a Merkaba. But let's go back to that law of one quote that explains to us how the whole universe is made out of photons. So that you'll see I'm not just blowing smoke. Session 27, question 15, I will expand a bit more on this concept. We have an infinite vibration of love, which again, that's where intelligent energy becomes intelligent infinity becomes intelligent energy, right? We have the infinite vibration of love, which can occur, I am assuming, at varying frequencies, which they call densities, right? I would assume that the infinite vibration of love or intelligent energy begins at one basic frequency. Does this have any meaning? Am I making sense? Is this correct? So then they say each love, as you term the prime movers, this is how the universe began, each density, comes from one frequency if you wish to use this term. This frequency is unity. We would perhaps liken it rather to a strength than a frequency, the strength being infinite, the finite qualities being chosen by the particular nature of this primal movement. So that's interesting. The law of one kind of poo-pooed the use of the word frequency, and they prefer the use of the word strength because they say every part of the universe comes from infinite strength. So then that also means that you within yourself are a being of infinite strength, right? You have infinite strength because you are derived from energy that has infinite strength. And then the finite qualities, the finite amount of strength that you possess, is determined by the particular nature of your primal movement. So as you move your vibrations, as you go through what the law of one calls healing, which again is a much, much more important point than the traditional view of healing, okay? As you go through healing, you're going to have this infinite strength come available to you more and more, and there are certain techniques the law of one gives us on how to call upon infinite strength. Okay, then this vibration, which for lack of better understanding, we would call it pure motion. It is pure love. That is the intelligent energy. There is nothing that is yet condensed, shall we say, to form any type of density or illusion. He asks this question now. The love creates, by this process of vibration, a photon, as we call it, which is the basic particle of light. So one single photon. Now remember, this is the question. They're going to say this is correct. So they're going to answer this question, and they're going to say, yes, you have the answer. Okay, so this is incredibly, incredibly important. This is incredibly important. The law of one is saying that the intelligent infinity creates intelligent energy. The intelligent energy creates, by vibration, a photon. And that is the basic particle of light. That's the original thing in the universe, is one photon, the original seed of the universe, the universal seed that the whole tree of the universe is planted from. Then he says the original photon is then, by added vibrations and rotations, further condensed into particles of the densities that we experience. Is this correct? Kaboom! This is correct. So there you have it. There's an original photon. That's all there really is. It's one photon. That's all of space, all of time, all of matter, all of energy is one photon. It vibrates, it rotates, it spins around. It's a hall of mirrors. It fractalizes. It turns into a hologram. And it eventually creates the whole universe. And they say, yes, this is correct. It's all from one photon. There's nothing else there. And then he says, now this light, which forms the densities, has what we call color, and color is divided into 7 categories. Can you tell me, is there a reason for or an explanation for these categories of color? This is a very interesting answer. The nature of the vibratory patterns of your universe is dependent upon the configurations placed upon the original material or light by the focus or love. So again, what are they saying? The light, the original photon, is the original material. And then all of the structure of the universe, the vibratory patterns of your universe, right, is all based on the configurations of an original photon. How that photon is spun around, how it is reflected, using its intelligent energy. So it is intelligent. This energy thinks. The light and the love, the photons actually think. They are alive. They are intelligent, right? It uses its intelligent energy to create a certain pattern of illusions or densities in order to satisfy its own intelligent estimate of a method of knowing itself. So there you have, if you think about this now, right? Think about a prism. Think about a beam of white light going into a prism. It hits the prism. The prism, by whatever process inside the crystal, splits that light into the rainbow. And you have red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. You can see this in the rainbow. The prism acts like a splitter to take white light, which is actually the summation of those colors put together. That's what it looks like when they're all put together. The light can actually bend out the frequencies, and so you see the different ones and how they would fit together to become white light. All right, well, that's really cool, but then what they're saying here is sort of like the idea that the original seed of the universe, the original photon, which we're going to see what that looks like in a minute, the original photon is like the prism, and it shoots out a spectrum of densities. It shoots out, like the prism shoots out a rainbow spectrum, it shoots out a spectrum of densities. Now, the Tibetan rainbow body meditation, okay, wants you to see the original seed of the universe And they actually draw it in their mandalas, and they have it as the Star of David, the two triangles intersecting one another top to bottom, okay? And that's a 2D version of what this thing is going to look like, okay? But then what they say is that it gives off a rainbow-colored halo. So the Tibetan meditation is that you're looking at the original geometry, you're hearing the sound Ah, which is like Aum, the original primordial sound of the universe, the vibration that the universe created to start itself. It is a vibration, and they said that right here, that the vibration puts configurations on the original material to create a pattern of illusions or densities, and this is through vibration. So that's how everything is created. It's a vibration of light, it's a vibration of sound, and it creates these densities, these colors, okay? So then he says, well, we had yesterday arrived at a point where we were considering the colors of light, and after this material you said there's further information you'd be happy to share, but we ran out of time. Could you complete the further information? So this is session 28. So then he's following up on the question from the day before. This is very interesting what they say. So now they're trying to talk about, you know, colors again, and they're getting back to the physics of Dewey-Larson, which is very dense and difficult to understand, but we'll do our best. In discussing this information, we then, shall we say, snap back into the particular methods of understanding or seeing that which is the one sound vibration complex Dewey offers. That's, again, Dr. Dewey-Larson. This being correct for the second meaning of intelligent infinity, the potential, which then through catalyst forms the kinetic. This information is a natural progression of inspection of the kinetic shape of your environment. That's the only part that I'm interested in, folks. I don't care about the previous two bullet points, okay? I mean, we can unpack those, but I'm not going to do it in this class. All I really care about right now is that they said there was one photon, okay? They said there was one photon in the previous day's material, and then he's asking them to follow up on the previous day's material, right? They said there's one photon, and they said through extra vibrations and rotations, it creates the densities that we see. And they're saying, yes, this is correct, and you got to go back to Dewey-Larson, where intelligent infinity creates kinetic energy or intelligent energy. And then they're saying this is a natural progression of inspection of the kinetic shape of your environment. Well, kinetic means something in motion, whereas potential means something that is stored but is not moving. So they ask us now to look at the original photon and then to study the budding of the universe as the natural kinetic shape of the environment and how it progresses. Well, that's going to be geometry, and they talk about geometry a bunch of times in the Law of One. You may understand each color or ray, because they also talk about them as the 7 rays, you may understand each color as being a very specific and accurate portion of intelligent energy's representation of intelligent infinity, each ray having previously been inspected in other regards. This information may be of aid here. We now speak non-specifically to increase the depth of your conceptualization of the nature of what is. That each color is a very specific representation of a portion of intelligent infinity as intelligent energy. And it's all a progression of the kinetic shape of the environment. The universe in which you live is a recapitulation in each part of intelligent infinity. There's the key, folks. Intelligent infinity forms a photon. That's the first thing it does. Each part of the universe is made of photons, and there's only one photon, and all the others are mirrors of it. Thus, you will see the same patterns repeated in physical and metaphysical areas. The rays or portions of light being, as you surmise, those areas of what you may call the physical illusion, the universe, which rotate, vibrate, or are of a nature that may be, shall we say, counted or categorized in rotational manner in space-time as described by the one known as Dewey. Okay, so again, very important, just the idea that light is caused by rotating, vibrating pieces of intelligent energy, if you want to call it pieces. So they rotate, and that's what the rays, the 7 densities, it's just spinning, rotating material of this intelligent energy that starts out as a photon. Some substances can have various of the rays physically visible to your eye, this being apparent in the nature of your crystallized minerals that you count as precious, the ruby being red, and so forth. So that's the last Law of One quote on this. I know these are very difficult to understand. I do apologize for that. But the idea again being that certain crystals do carry a vibration because if they reflect that part of the light spectrum, then they're also going to have that energy. So a ruby would be reflecting red ray energy. You could use it to heal your root chakra. When a crystal has a particular color, it will have an affinity with that part of your energy system, so that's good to know. Now, where all this rubber meets the road is in cymatics. So if you haven't ever heard me say this stuff before, this is a visually dense portion of the talk, so we're just going to stay on the slides and I'll be narrating the slides. What you're about to see here is a photograph of a droplet of water taken by this guy, and even though his name is spelled Jenny, it looks like you would say Jenny. The J is actually silent, it's more like a Y. So his name is pronounced Dr. Hans Jenny, okay? Sort of like that really silly, crazy thing online, if you've ever seen it, where it sounds like Yanny at a certain point, and your ears can tell the difference between when it sounds like Yanny or when it sounds like the other thing. Anyway, it sounds like Yenny, and what he did is he took a droplet of water and he put invisible particles of sand in it so it becomes milky, dirty water. How the heck did he get to this? This, as I've said so many times, because this is very foundational, this is what happens when you shine light on a spherical area of water and it's got sand particles in it. Now, normally you wouldn't see this. You wouldn't see this geometry. The only reason why you see the geometry is because you're playing sound, you're playing vibration into the water. And what is so almost unbearably fascinating to me is that when you put certain pure sound frequencies, the white keys on the piano, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, the major scale notes of the C major scale, okay? When you put those notes into the water, you get geometric patterns. And so what are we seeing? What are the white lines here? The white lines are made of probably hundreds of thousands of little sand particles. And so notice that there's some areas where the white is incredibly white and other areas where it's kind of a grayish color. The more white you see, the more particles there are in a particular spot. Okay? Well, what you're seeing in the middle of this thing, of course, looks like the Star of David. It looks like a Merkaba. But wait a minute, David. How did we get that thing? All we did is we had water, sand, and sound. That's it. There's nothing else involved in this. There's no tricks up my sleeve, no hidden cards, no snake oil salesman, no con artist. This is all there is. You got that particle of what appears to be a solid form. It appears to be a Star of David. It does have solidity. It will resist pressure. If you make this formation in the water, you can push on it and you will get more tension where that star is. It will resist being bent. It will bend itself back into form. If you take your finger back out, you could push your finger in there. You could measure the tensile strength around that geometry and it will be stronger than the areas around it. And then another interesting thing that's very cool is that the sand is always on the move. In other words, the geometry will stay the same just like you see it now. You can hold that shape, it will stay consistent, but each individual sand particle within this thing is on the move. So notice also that there's a straight line geometry in the middle, but that there's also these arches, these loops around the outside. The loops are obviously curving lines, and that is another intrinsic part of this geometry. So it shouldn't be too surprising to think about the fact that this looks a lot like what we think of the atom as being, where you would have the nucleus in the middle of that geometry, and then the electrons or the electron clouds look like the loops that we see here. We have 6 major loops, or actually 3 loops that come out as 6 sides, I guess, right? The curving lines. Then you have another set of curving lines, bigger than the main ones, and you can even see some fine lines where there's individual particles of sand making another set of curving lines, right? Well, this is very, very cool because what I'm actually saying is the original photon of the universe looks just like this, and I'm going to show you that in a minute. This is the secret to the whole universe. This is what you're looking at right now is a recapitulation using sand, water, and sound, nothing else, of exactly what the original universe looked like. The very first thing that intelligent energy did when intelligent infinity did when it created intelligent energy was to make this pattern, this shape in vibration out of light. That is the first photon. So there's something more intrinsic that is vibrating to make that photon, and then all other photons are reflections of this original one. So now I want you to see this, and again, if you've heard my geometry talk, this will be familiar material to you. If not, I hope you're very excited about this like I am. On the right, again, is the original shape that we started with. Now, how the hell did we get to the one on the left? The one on the left was taken only seconds after the one on the right, and the only difference is that we changed the sound frequency. So in the one on the left, I want you to look at this very carefully, and I want you to notice that there are layers within layers of very precise, straight-lined geometry. You have squares within squares within squares, and they're not always perfect squares, but they are square lines and square edges. And then you have X shapes, and it looks like there could be pyramids in there. The top of a pyramid, like Giza, Egypt, is pointing up at you, like you're looking at the Giza pyramid from the top down. You can see that one very easily. And even though there's a lot of straight lines here, you can also still see your loops. You still have these loops that are curving lines, like you see in the one on the left. All right, now what do we got here? This again is the exact same drop of water, and all we're doing now is we're playing different sound frequencies into the water. And again, each one of these shapes will stay the same as long as you don't change the shape of the water. Each one of these shapes will stay the same as long as you keep playing the same sound. It doesn't change. The only thing that happens is the sand particles are always on the move. So to use law of one terms, those sand particles are vibrating and rotating. They are rotating, they are moving around inside this geometry, but the geometry stays the same. There is a pattern which in the quantum realm is a force field that makes what we think of as atoms and molecules. But again, the only thing that's really there is this intelligent energy. So in order for it to be energy, there is something physical. In the water, there is physical sand particles, and there's also obviously water, and it's the vibration that makes them move. So the law of one ultimately would say intelligent energy has some kind of microparticulate structure. There is something very, very fine, something that is vibrating. There is something like a water. There is something like a sand particle in the universe, in the intelligent energy, making photons, making everything we see. There's an intrinsic substrate, if you want to use that term, that has to vibrate that the universe is made out of. Now this is really cool because what we're seeing is a larger pan of water with the sand in it that normally, again, would look like a milky liquid, boring as hell, nothing too exciting. Now you got a bigger pan of water. You play sound frequencies into the pan, and now you get multicellular vibrational structure, which is how we would expect atoms to arrange into molecules. And what's so fascinating is that, again, what you're looking at is a photograph of the same pan of water, only with two different frequencies of sound played into it. So the water on the left is one frequency, the water on the right is another frequency. Well, if matter is made like this, then what happens if the frequency increases? What happens if the matter that is making our third density reality would be like what's on the left, and then we could raise the frequency to something on the right? We might not even perceive that matter anymore. That matter might simply disappear from our reality entirely. So this directly ties in the shape that I was showing you before, called the amplituhedron. That's the name that the scientists gave for it. You've probably seen my videos about this before. This, to me, is the accurate rendition of the shape that is the origin of the universe. Now, these guys, again, saw this by going through every single quantum squiggle they could find in the bubble chamber and analyzing it, and they found that every single quantum squiggle could be mapped out as a derivation from this one shape. Now, again, let me just stop here for a second because this is a very, very heavy concept, okay? Most quantum physicists think that the atoms are made of particles and particles are somehow solid. Well, then you got Einstein trying to say, no, everything's made out of light and energy, right? There's nothing really there. Well, This thing, this idea that the whole universe emanates from a single point like the Higgs boson concept, or a single shape like the one I just showed you, that was originally pioneered by Sir Roger Penrose in the 1970s. He tried to solve the problem, he got close, he was able to work out a lot of the quantum wiggle movements, but not all of them. Now, when you have a quantum wiggling movement, you're dealing with 90 pages of equations that they use to calculate how that quantum squiggle iterates into a particle that we would normally identify. 90 pages of equations, and those are called Feynman diagrams, developed by Richard Feynman. It is the bane of all graduate research students' lives to spend all this time analyzing some frickin' bunch of squiggles, okay? Now the Feynman diagrams, the 90 pages of equations for each different quantum squiggle, of which there are countless numbers, okay? These guys, like Feynman originally, went back through those 90 pages of equations and said, wait a minute, all of these squiggles that we're analyzing with 90 pages of equations, they all appear to be emanating from a single object that doesn't have any location in space and doesn't have any location in time because it is everywhere and it is every when. There's no future, there's no past, there's only present, and there's no location. Location is only the reflections of this object against itself. Now, the modern scientists are calling that the amplituhedron because they solved the code. These two guys from Caltech, Nima Arkani-Hamed and Yaroslav Trunka, these two scientists who independently re-derived let's go over here, all of the Feynman diagrams. So they got it down to where instead of 90 pages of equations for each squiggle, they said, no, hold on. Every squiggle comes from one shape, and it's one shape only, and there's not like there's two of them, there's only one in the whole universe, and this slide, as you see it right here, is the shape that they say all of space and all of time is made from. So of course I'm going to keep talking about this for the rest of my life. So now that I've told you that, let's actually look at this thing more closely. The first thing that I hope you can see is that the entire shape is literally only made of 4 equally sized tetrahedrons, okay? 4 equal tetrahedrons that are connected. So you can see one on the top, one on the side, and one in the middle on the back, and one on the right in the back, okay? But they're 4 of the same shape, and they're all interconnected. Now, this is as far as they needed to take the model in order to get their equations to work. So what you're seeing here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, okay? Now notice that they have these 8 points that they're graphed out in space, and you can see where the points are, okay? They have literally been able to derive the entire universe out of these 8 points and that geometry. All of the universe is an emanation of this geometry. But what I'm saying is that just because you could theoretically solve the math with these 8 points, I don't believe it's that simple. I believe that you have to add on the other tetrahedrons to get the full Merkaba, which again looks like this. You see how they phase together and how beautiful that is? Okay, that's what happens when you add it all together. And again, this was a fascinating thing because what are they saying in modern science? The guys that actually got the heavyweight championship belt for modern science, what they're saying is there's no space, there's no time, there's only this guy right here, and that is all there is. Now, do they know what that is? No. Do they know the physics behind how it works? Not really. All they're saying is, look guys, we don't know what the hell this thing is, but we stumbled over this guy, and this is the whole frickin' universe. It's just this one thing. We don't know what the hell it is. So then my conclusion was, that's a photon. That's a photon. The whole universe is light. It is made of light, and it's made of vibrations of this one photon and reflections of this one photon, exactly like the law of one says. Now let's just presume that that's actually true. Okay, David, I'm willing to take you up on this. I'm willing to not be a hard-headed a-hole skeptic who just stands there in the back of the room with his arms crossed and a scowl on his face and thinks he's a lot smarter than you are and he knows a lot more than you do and he's going to fight back with mainstream science. Anyway, let's just presume that science gets cool and people figure all this out, and that we crack the unified field theory, and we discover, hey guys, we know that this form, let's just, for God's sake, at least assume that these guys did it right and that there is nothing else in the universe except for this one shape. And let's presume that David is right and we can add more symmetry to it and make it into a star tetrahedron. And I am awaiting the final results where they will be able to determine that this object will still give you all the derivations they want so that you can build the universe off of this. But I'm very, very confident that it will work and that when they do the number crunching, it's going to be fine, okay? Is this a photon? Is this the shape that the entire universe is made from? Well, the first thing we'd have to do is trap a photon and actually see what the hell it looks like. This guy, Radek Tropkiewicz, and I practiced that, you better believe it. Okay, he actually did that. He actually took all these lasers and crazy stuff you're seeing right there, this matrix of lasers, and he was able to trap a photon and store it in one area and then take a picture of it and see what the heck it looks like. So if you haven't seen me talk about this before, this is very, very exciting stuff because this is what he got, okay? When it says, what shape are photons? Quantum holography, taking a holographic picture, sheds light. And that's kind of a joke, right? Because it is light. So physicists created a hologram of a single light particle, a feat previously thought impossible. So check that out. Here we are again with what I believe to be the actual shape of the universe, the only real photon that exists in the whole universe, the original photon that started it all. Here again is how beautifully it intersects with the diagram of the amplituhedron, which these two guys from Caltech, Arkani Hamed and Trunka, came up with this, that this is where all the quantum stuff, everything that we see, everything that is you, is a jiggle of this. The whole universe is just jiggled off of this one thing. They only needed 8 points, but we add the rest in, we get the Merkaba, it fits very nicely, it's symmetrical. So is it possible that this is the photon that the universe is made from? Well, yes, because this is what photons look like when you take pictures of them. They look just like this. So that is a photon. And we know this on a variety of levels, that this is what photons look like. They have this identity as a geometric pattern. So then, the law of one model presumes that we build the universe off of these guys. So they would have to rotate and they would have to have geometric changes. The geometry is going to shift into different geometries to make what we call atoms and molecules. So then what we'd have to do is find a way to derive atoms and molecules with geometry. And this is exactly what we got from Dr. Robert Moon, where he solved all of the problems of how to build atoms and molecules using geometry. An unsung hero, one of my favorite scientists out there. Again, once you got the crazy baggy eyes and the forlorn, weird expression on your face and long, curly, crazy professorial hair, you know you're a nerd, especially if you can pose in front of a chalkboard with equations on it and you got thick, dark-rimmed glasses and a pocket protector. You are a full-blown nerd at this point, okay? And Ellis doesn't like it if I got that kind of long hair, so we have to keep it shorter. But I do like my hair to get all puffed out like that. It's actually like an antenna for your brain. She likes it long but not puffy. Okay, we just clarified all that. We're having a little marital tiff here, no big deal. So I'm joking. I'm totally joking. This is funny stuff. All right, so believe it or not, what are you looking at right here? What you're looking at right here is a fascinating thing. This is Robert Moon's model of the atomic nucleus. Wow. So what is he actually saying here? He's actually saying that you are peering inside the atom. And in fact, this particular shape would be the nucleus of an iron atom. So on the outside, we have a geometry called the icosahedron that has 20 sides, and each side is an equilateral triangle. Then inside the icosahedron, which is a little harder to see, you have an octahedron, which again is cut away, so you have an Egyptian pyramid on the top, an Egyptian pyramid on the bottom, and then the two bases, the two square bases are put in top to bottom, and then inside that you have a cube, okay? So I'm going to explain to you exactly what the heck this thing is, but just to try to wrap your head around this right now, Imagine for a minute, like let's look at that cube in the middle. Imagine that each corner of the cube is now what we call a proton, and imagine that you have, what are the three parts of the atom? Protons, neutrons, electrons, right? Imagine now in Robert Moon's model that because of the geometry itself, you don't need neutrons anymore. So neutrons are garbage. Neutrons don't exist. Neutrons are a mathematical abstraction that was made to try to have the numbers work, and that's why you always have to have almost exactly the same number of protons and neutrons, because they say the neutrons are what keep the protons from falling apart and collapsing into each other. Well, that's not true. What's keeping the protons apart so they don't collapse into each other is vibration. And what is that cube in the middle? That cube is nothing more than a vibration of sound in a liquid medium, just like I was showing you with those sand particle pictures, right? The sand particles that I just showed you that had that geometric pattern, those are simply particles of sand in water and then a vibration. So don't lose track of what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is there's some kind of microparticles in the universe, there's some kind of micro energetic particles that make these shapes that you're looking at right now in the atomic nucleus. And then what we're thinking of as protons are actually just corners of the geometry, which is where all the little sand particles concentrate. Okay? So protons become the corners of geometry. Then what you have is shells in the nucleus. So the original one in the center there is oxygen. That's 8 protons. Whenever you have 8 protons, you got an oxygen molecule. So those little cubes are oxygen. The next shape out there is going to be silicon. That's the cube and then the octahedron put together, and all those protons added up, all the corners added up, that gives you silicon. Then you have iron, and then the last shape here is palladium, and that's when you add the dodecahedron around the icosahedron. So here again, you see the outer shell, which is the dodecahedron. Inside that is an icosahedron. Inside that, in a wireframe diagram in this case, is the octahedron, and then inside the octahedron is the cube. So all these are is vibrational patterns happening inside every atomic nucleus depending on its structure. So again, with the cube you have oxygen, and one of the things that he noticed is that the universe wants to make these shapes a lot more than anything else. So 62.55% of all the matter in the universe is oxygen because it's at a natural, balanced resting point when it's here. So I want you to meditate on this, the idea that when you're breathing, your brain requires oxygen more than anything else. If you lose oxygen for even a few minutes, you die. Okay, like 60 seconds, you're dead. What are you actually getting? You're getting these little cubes of multidimensional energy. These little cubes of sacred geometry that you're breathing into your lungs is what's keeping you alive. That's where all this is coming from, and they're actually cubes. So we're going to do that meditation today. You're going to be breathing in cubes and watching those cubes energetically nourish your body. Now, let me just pause for a second and give you some intervening material, okay? Because this is tricky, but let's just start with the oxygen molecule so we can try to keep this thing fairly simple, okay? Wait a minute, David, how do we, okay, so let's say that this is right, and let's say that oxygen is a cube, and okay, you're saying silicon is an octahedron, and you're saying that iron is an icosahedron, and you're saying that palladium is a dodecahedron. Okay, fine. But David, there's a lot of other elements. There's a lot of other elements in the periodic table, so what the heck is going on? Those are not stable elements. They want to bond, and this is the thing. I actually failed chemistry. And it's been hard to admit that over the years, that I actually had to take summer school when I was in high school. I actually went to Linton High School in Schenectady, New York, which was like a ghetto town next door to my town. And it was very scary to go to summer school, but the reason why was that with every other class I had, when I was being given information, I could visualize it easily and I could understand it. When I tried to take chemistry class, and they're asking me to look at little particles whirling around a nucleus, I could not see it. My psychic function gave me nothing. Intuition gave me nothing. I had nothing that I could use that my soul was giving me to interface with chemistry, which meant that I was having to memorize information that I could not see in any type of psychic visionary capacity, which again, I'd been reading books on ESP since I was 7 years old and practicing the exercises. And getting my friend to wake up in the middle of the night and think of gold, and then sure enough, he actually woke up and looked at his watch first thing, and his watch was made of gold. I didn't know that when I told him, wake up in the middle of the night and think of gold, but he was terrified because he felt like there was somebody in the room watching him, which is probably some astral projection from me. So, from an early age, I was doing these intuitive things, and when I tried to penetrate the nature of the universe, all I got was white light. I didn't get this Big Bang, because I was reading about science, and they said, oh, there was a Big Bang, there's a big explosion. Nothing exploded. Well, that's really freaking cool. So you guys are trying to say nothing existed, but then there was this explosion of nothing, and the whole universe was created right then, and all the matter in the universe was created right then, and it's never going to happen again. It only happened once. That is so freaking stupid. If matter could be created out of nothing at all, then logic dictates it must be a continuous creation process. It couldn't possibly have only happened once. It must be a continuous creation process, because the simple fact that that process could happen means that that process will happen. That's my conjecture, okay? So now we're saying, wait a minute, David, okay, so you got vibrating liquid, right? You got this drop of water, you got sand particles in the water, they vibrate and they form geometry, and you're saying that's what atoms are made of, you're saying that's what's in the nucleus, okay? So what happens if we have something below oxygen on the periodic table? Let's just real quick for fun, let's go back over to, I'm going to go to the split screen view here, and we're going to look up the periodic table so you can see how I like to work if I'm by myself. And you're just here hanging out with me. We're doing this together, no big deal. So I'm going to turn off, I'm going to mirror the displays. Okay, and then we're going to go over here and let's look at the periodic table of the elements real quick. All right, so all right, so we can pick up one of them. That one looks pretty good. Okay, so right here you can see, in fact, let's see if we can make this to full screen. Hopefully we can. Yeah, this looks good. Maybe I can zoom in on a little bit more here. All right. So you can see right here that hydrogen only has one proton, which would be one corner. That's the original corner, right? But then you've got helium, which is two corners. And then you've got 3, 4. So 3 corners is lithium, 4 is beryllium, 5 is boron, 6 is carbon, 7 is nitrogen, then 8 is oxygen. But again, 8 is a lot more stable. So if you have fewer than 8 protons, like nitrogen, carbon, boron, beryllium, lithium, etc., these, like if you have lithium, what we're saying in the new model is that there's 3 corners of the cube that are there, and those 3 corners are looking for a 5. So like, for example, let's theoretically say lithium wants to bond with boron because it has the other 5, and then it could potentially turn into oxygen, although it doesn't usually do that. What happens is chemicals bond with other chemicals, so then they form, like for example, H2O, right? You got 2 hydrogens bonding with 1 oxygen. So here's how it is, okay? So, and then let's look down at what he's got next. So the next one he has is silicon, that's 14. That's the next stable one, and there are these things called invisible numbers that he talks about. Then the next one that we have from silicon is we go up to, we go up to the palladium. So where's palladium? Right there. Okay, so that's really all there is. You got palladium, which again, 46 protons, and that would be the dodecahedron. You've got silicon, 14. You've got iron. Where's iron? Fe, 26. Okay. And then you've got, as we said, silicon right there. Silicon 14 and oxygen 8. Okay. So that's one of the cool things is that, you know, when you're separating them into noble gases and all that, you don't really see what's really going on. You have these funny things where they're the difference between metalloid and non-metal. And you see how this line divides over here. And then you got transitional elements. Notice it says the word transition here. And then post-transitional. Okay, so all this stuff is one way of looking at atoms, but there's a lot of things missing here. There's a lot of things missing here. But again, if you have something like nitrogen, it doesn't have all 8, so it's going to want to bond with other stuff. When it gets to 8, it has a nuclear shell. So now that I've showed you that, let's go back to the, we're going to unmirror the display. We're going to go back to our show. Where are we here? Boom. And boom. All right. So now I hope you can see that like below the oxygen, we have nitrogen, we have lithium, we have beryllium, all that kind of stuff. So when that cube is missing some of its corners, when it doesn't have enough energy to make the cube, that element can still exist and it can still be sitting there as a piece of matter, but it's going to want to bond with something else because it wants those cubes to form shells. So the shells mean that all 8 are there, and then once you get all 8 of the corners to form the cube, that becomes the shell inside the nucleus, and now the next shell will start to form. Now you get more protons. So as the next shell starts to form, it begins to form the octahedron. So you start out with the cube of oxygen, 62.55% of all the matter in the universe is made from that because it's stable. That's what everything wants to do. It doesn't want to be in all these other elements. It would prefer to just be in oxygen. Then the next thing is silicon, and sure enough, 21.2% of all the matter in the universe is made of silicon, which means now we're up to 83.75% of all the matter in the universe. And again, the octahedron, 14 protons, that's 14 corners because you have 8 corners of the cube and then you have 6 corners of the octahedron, and that's your silicon. So now the silicon atom, if you could get inside the nucleus, has 2 shells, it has a cube, and it has an octahedron. That's what's really going on. But remember, these are only vibrational structures. They are not solid at all. They are simply made of vibration. So you got the oxygen molecule is the cube, you got the silicon molecule is the octahedron. The next shape is iron, which is 26 protons. And this is really cool because here's the iron nucleus, right? So when you're looking at iron and you're looking at the nucleus, you have 3 geometries in the nucleus. You have a cube, you have an octahedron, and you have an icosahedron. Now what's so cool about iron as well is that it's magnetic. It is a ferrous material. It has magnetic qualities, and you can also stroke a magnet over an iron nail and then rearrange the atoms so that they become magnetized. Now normally scientists don't know what that is and how that works. We don't know why iron is mysteriously able to conduct magnetic fields, but now this model actually gives us the explanation, which is if the actual shape of the iron nucleus is an icosahedron like this, it is like a little soccer ball that can rotate around in a lot of different configurations, in a lot of different shapes, and you can make it go north to south by just rotating a magnetic field over it. It will spin around inside the atom. Unlike other shapes, because it is so able to move, you can reorient it north to south, you can turn it into something magnetic, and it will now have a magnetic pull. So that's because of the iron nucleus. So this to me is one of the things I absolutely love about the Dr. Robert Moon model. I love the idea of the iron nucleus being a ball that is so symmetrical like a soccer ball that it can just spin around. Because right now, scientists literally cannot explain magnetism. They don't know what it is. A magnet is going to sit on your refrigerator indefinitely. It creates energy, and when you wave a magnet over a wire, it creates inductive current, and that's what electricity is made of. A generator is simply rotating a magnet over a wire, which is why you can use hydroelectric power, right? If the source of the rotation is water, the rotation keeps going, you take these magnets, you spin them over wires, they generate current. So there's something weird about magnetism, right? Because magnetism is just free energy. But the scientists just kind of embarrassingly cover their mouth like a kid that got caught with his hands in the cookie jar. Oh, we don't really know what magnetism is. We don't really know why an iron molecule is so amazing that it can make a magnetic field. But because we don't know what the hell magnetism is, we assume that the core of the Earth must be iron. It's not. It's just they don't know what the hell magnetism is. But when you start to look at this shape, when you start to, let's go back to the slide again. When you start to look at this shape, you're looking at how that icosahedron with two other geometries inside of it is a resonating energy. It is resonating with the universe. It is a vibrational shape, and because of its vibration, it's giving off magnetism, which is the pure energy of the cosmos. So the shape is resonating with universal energy, giving off magnetism, which is free energy. They just apologetically overlook that in mainstream physics. So again, not to bore you with this, but you have oxygen is the cube, you have silicon is the octahedron, you have iron is the icosahedron, and then on the outside you have palladium, 46 total protons, because 20 for the icosahedron, 6 for the octahedron, and 8 for the cube. You add all that up, you get 46. Okay? Now, what the hell is cool about palladium? Well, first of all, this is what the palladium nucleus would look like. So with palladium, you now actually have 4 geometries inside the nucleus. Again, get rid of protons. They're only corners of a geometry, and get rid of neutrons entirely. They never existed. It's all BS because the scientists didn't know how to make these guys stable so they don't gravitationally collide into each other, okay? It's not about gravity, it's about vibration. The vibration is holding the corners of the geometry apart. So all of physics is going to have to be rewritten. The law of one showed us how to do it, and then I made discoveries that added to this model. But why is palladium so important? Palladium, my friends, is the core of cold fusion research. All you have to do is take these little bad boys and drop them into deuterium, which is heavy hydrogen, and it's very low radioactivity. But then what happens is these little palladium nuclei that look just like this, they start vibrating like crazy, generating all this excess heat. Now the original scientists said, oh, cold fusion's been debunked. That's not true. It is only the fact that depending on where you are on Earth, it might work or it might not work, okay? Cold fusion doesn't always work. So you can build a machine that's going to work perfectly in one lab, move it somewhere else, and now it doesn't work at all. But if you move it back to the lab where it was working before, it will work again. Just like this morning, you know, when we tried to start our show, nothing could make that stupid Avio unit work until we disabled QuickTime. And then when we tried to stop playing that movie, everything's fine and I can give you a show. So in much the same way, you're looking at palladium now. You drop palladium into heavy hydrogen. For some reason, it starts vibrating like crazy and making all this heat, and they call it cold fusion. Well, again, the reason why is the same reason for magnetism coming through the icosahedron as we saw before. The magnetism is caused by the icosahedron. The cold fusion is heat caused by the vibrations of the dodecahedron, but it's the same basic principle. Universal energy is vibrating through these shapes, making strange things that violate the laws of physics. So now we've done the nucleus. What about the electrons? Well, the electron clouds, as they're conventionally defined by physicists, also have a geometric pattern to them. This is indisputable. I took this out of Milo Wolf's book, The Unknown Universe, Exploring the Physics of the Unknown Universe, and you can see on the bottom right there that there is, again, a Star of David Merkaba type of shape. The one on the left shows the octahedron shape very prominently, and then this is how it looks from the side. So these are the electron clouds, which again, they're not really electrons. There's no particles in there. It's just that when a photon goes in, it merges into this shape. So how does this happen when we start to actually photograph molecules, okay? Well, this was done by IBM. They didn't know what they were going to see. They didn't know what it was going to look like, but they took an ink blot, a very, very tiny blot of ink, a very precise collection of ink molecules, and then they got a scanning electron microscope and they zoomed down in on it and they said, What in the heck is this ink molecule actually going to look like? Boom. Isn't that frickin' crazy? Isn't that just crazy? They did not expect that the ink molecule would have so much geometry. They did not expect that there would be so much geometry between each one. They didn't expect that they would have hexagonal-looking shells holding them apart, but those hexagons are very similar to the icosahedrons I was showing you before. This thing is like a honeycomb. It's very, very geometric, and so there's something geometric about matter that we have missed. And another great way, as I've said so many times, to explain this is microclusters, where what you're doing now is you are shooting individual atoms out through a nozzle, and you're shooting them at one area. Now, if you did this with tennis balls, the tennis balls would just be lying around the court, and they wouldn't form into a shape. However, in the quantum realm, if you start shooting individual atoms out of a gun in one area, they will start to gather together, and they will form these specific clusters. Nobody knows why these microclusters form. Nobody knows why they make these geometric patterns, but as you can see, the one on the left is about 459 gold atoms, and the one on the right is about 561 gold atoms. Now, the weird thing about this is they resist electricity going through the middle. They do conduct electricity along the outside. They are extremely strong. They are extremely energetic. They carry an enormous amount of energy. And when you look at one cluster and you look at it under a microscope, it will slowly change shape as it sits there based upon waves of energy that are moving through this sea, this ocean-like, water-like soup that we're all in. So this is the same cluster going through geometric deformations, geometric changes as it sits there. And then if you think, oh yeah, well this is all solid stuff, I'm looking at solid molecules, well, not exactly. And this is another thing I love to bring in. What you're looking at here is a collection of 60 carbon atoms, and as we saw, carbon only had 6 protons. It wasn't like the oxygen with 8. So these aren't even, carbons aren't really full. They have 2 little hooks remaining for something else to hook onto, and so they hook into these beautiful rings, you know, because they have those extra spots for other carbons to show up. So in this case, you get exactly 60 carbon atoms, and they form a beautiful sacred geometric pattern discovered by Bucky Fuller called a fullerene. But these little fullerenes, which are, again, you know, quantum objects, you can photograph them, you can measure where they are, they're particles, or so they seem to be, but all of this as one single form can transform into a wave and have no particle existence at all. And this was proven by Olaf Nares and his team in 1999, where he took these carbon-60 molecules 1 nanometer wide, and he shot them through a slot, a diffraction grating, which is just a hole in the wall of 100 nanometers wide. And then what happened, to his amazement, is that an interference pattern resulted, which means that each carbon-60 molecule was hitting as many as 5 or 6 different places at once after it went through the grating. Now, how in the world is that possible? How is one molecule turning into 6 places? And the 6 places behave exactly like a wave. Well, this is the idea. The buckyballs hit the wall, they turn inside out, they go into some alternate reality where they turn into a wave instead of a particle, and then they create that wave-like pattern where they hit 6 places at once. Well, this was performed at the University of Vienna in Austria, and again, what does it actually show? When we're talking about little particles, we think that they're solid right now because we don't really know what the heck we're talking about. They're only vibrations. It's geometric vibration, and if you thump that little guy against the wall, he suddenly dematerializes. He turns into something like a liquid, because again, what am I saying? It's only really made of liquid. These are not solid particles. These are little sand patterns in water. So if you slam this guy against the wall, he turns back into water for a little while, and at that point, he's outside of time. He's time traveled. He doesn't have a specific location in space or time anymore. Atoms only have location in space and time when they're in the vibrational phase of a crystal, not when they're in the watery phase. When they go into that watery phase, they lose space and time, but they will come back. And this was actually also determined by Dr. Nikolai Kozyrev in his infamous cannonball experiment, where he drops a heavy metallic object on a solid concrete floor, and again, that's a cannonball. He just takes the cannonball and he weighs it before he drops it, and then he weighs it after it hits the floor. Now, in mainstream science, you wouldn't think anything unusual would happen, but in the new science, where you have each atom of iron inside that cannonball is actually a liquid that's in a specific crystal at a particular moment, if you bump the crystal, it's going to turn back into liquid for a while, and then all those atoms are going to lose weight. They're not going to be measured in space-time anymore. So sure enough, the weight noticeably decreases after the cannonball hits the ground. The cannonball weighs less. This is so weird and crazy that you can weigh a cannonball, okay, well it weighs, let's say 100 pounds, right? 100-pound cannonball. You drop it, and now it weighs 99.80 pounds. What the heck happened to the 0.20 pounds? Well, they just disappeared into some other reality. But then over the course of 20 minutes, as the object stabilizes inside itself, all the weight comes back, and it again weighs 100 pounds. This is mainstream Russian science that's never, ever been talked about in the West because it violates all of their favorite stuff. It makes everything screwed up. They get mad. They don't know why this is. And the weight comes back over the course of 20 minutes, and it goes in quantized intervals. This is so crazy because it'll be no change in weight for several minutes, and then pop, all of a sudden it gains a certain amount of weight back, and then nothing happens, and then you wait another exact number of seconds, and then pop, it gains back more weight, and this happens over the course of 20 minutes. So what I'm saying is that the layers of the atom pop back into our reality once they are strong enough to do so, when the energy is able to reform into geometry. After it's had enough time, it will pop back into our reality, and then it becomes local in space and time again, and it has a local identity in our universe. Now, my favorite way of explaining all this is with Dr. Vladimir Ginzburg, who took a few extra tweaks to Einstein's model and came up with something in terms of physics that I think is absolutely genius, and I want to get this to you again, because this is where it's all going to make sense. So the basic idea here is that the quantum movement in the atom is always right near the light speed frequency. So when you see the idea of electrons moving around the nucleus in the electron clouds, let's just say for right now that those electrons are always moving almost at light speed, but not quite. Well, what happens if they get bumped enough that they bump over to light speed? Well, if you accelerate them over light speed in the new Vladimir Ginzburg model, this creates dematerialization. Okay, so let's talk about this. The scientists that debunk UFOs always go back to Einstein's relativity, and this is very frustrating because Einstein has been given a sort of religious superhero status, as if he is a god, as if he could never make a mistake, and nothing that he's ever said would be wrong or incorrect in any way. So what did Einstein actually say about mass going towards light speed? Einstein said that mass, as it approaches light speed, becomes infinitely dense, and that when it reaches light speed, it is as dense as the entire universe. Therefore, no object could ever travel faster than the speed of light, because it would become as big as the whole universe, and the universe can't move around anymore. That doesn't sound right. I never felt, because okay, wait a minute. We know that UFOs are coming here from other places. We know Roswell is real. We know there's interstellar capable craft, and it's very likely, if not a certainty, that light speed is not a boundary at all. So what the hell is going on? The whole entire argument that Einstein made to say that light cannot travel faster than the speed of light is based upon a fraction where there's some equations on top and there's some equations on the bottom of the fraction, okay? And that's how we got to this idea that mass must become infinitely dense as we go towards light speed. Dr. Vladimir Ginzburg went back to the original Einstein equation and said that since it's a fraction, It's a reciprocal, and what that means is you can turn it upside down, and when you turn that fraction upside down, all the laws of physics still work. Everything checks out. You don't create any problems. You don't have any difficulties with the laws of physics. They're fine. Everything works fine. But here's the key. Now, instead of becoming infinitely dense as you reach light speed, you lose mass as you go towards light speed. So that once you reach light speed, your mass has been displaced out of our reality entirely. It's not here anymore. It's in some other realm. Well, that other realm is what the Dewey-Larson physics calls time-space, the mirror inverse of space-time. And the Dewey-Larson model says that in order to enter into time-space, you must cross the light-speed boundary, or what Dr. Stephen Greer always called the crossing point of light. So this is very, very cool because it means atoms and molecules are already almost moving at light speed as it is. All you have to do is give them a little extra bump and they go over the light speed boundary. So when Dr. Olaf Nares is shooting buckyballs at a wall, the buckyball hits the wall, that extra kick kicks it over the light speed boundary, it turns inside out, it goes into time-space, where it no longer is local in our space-time. From now, what we see is just a wave, right? That wave is non-local in space and time. It goes through the hole, it shows up as a wave, and then it'll flip back into a ball again. In the case of Kozarev's cannonball, you drop the ball on the ground, it weighs less after you pick it up, but over the course of 20 minutes, the weight comes back in sudden jolts, as each of those layers of the atom I was showing you turn back into the geometry they're supposed to be. But if they're not that geometry, then they're not in our reality. So you could zap an atom with the right frequencies, kick the atoms over the light speed boundary, and now they're not even local to our reality. So this is what would happen with pyramids, okay? With pyramids, you take a beam that kicks the frequencies of the atoms in the stone over the light speed boundary. And if enough of those atoms go over the light speed boundary, they literally, the stone loses enough weight that it'll eventually be like a balloon and you can just lift it up with your hands. And you could mush it with your hands and everything's going to be fine. So we'll get to that in just a second. The atom then crosses over into a parallel reality where time becomes three-dimensional. And that means you have beginning, middle, and ending, before and after. The Law of One talks about this extensively, and that physics is beyond the scope of this class, but it is copiously described in my first book, Source Field Investigations, so you don't have to worry. If you want to learn all about that stuff, which is very technical, it's in Source Field. So this raises a fascinating idea. The idea that if our minds create geometry with thought, that if thoughts create those geometries, in other words, if our minds can make this geometry with thought, then we could create matter. The lucid dream experience might simply be that our own minds are creating all the things that are needed to have a three-dimensional reality that we're living in. We have length, width, and height. We have walls. We have all of this stuff that our mind is creating out of light, and there's actually holographic light patterns that we're making in the lucid dream that become reality because we dreamed it into being. And that's what the Law of One actually says, that a single being like us could dream the whole universe back into being. You could dream the whole universe back into being. So again, just to get back to the physics real quick, we're talking about the idea that we have to rejigger physics. We have to say that space and time emanated from a single geometric form, which again, these guys did an amazing job with this. They found this shape that they call the amplituhedron. And they're saying all of space and time buds off of this. When you really look at what I think it is, and physics will back this up in time, it's a Merkaba, but again, you can phase shift it into their diagram of the amplituhedron, which only has 8 coordinate points that are all essentially equally spaced from each other. And boom, this is just a portion of the star tetrahedron or Merkaba. And once again, what we see is that this is the photon. So the photon, when captured, looks like this. This is the photograph. So let's zoom in on that a little bit more. And now I'm going to show you exactly how this works. So look at the one on the left, and I'm going to show you how the Merkaba shape interphases with that. You see that? How it phases? And we're going to phase it back out. Okay? And you can see this even more clearly with the one on the right, because when I bring that in, notice that even those little blue lines on each of the edges are still consistent, and they're even bent properly. And then that Merkaba is inside. So this is literally a captured photon. The photon is a Merkaba. I'll take the Merkaba away, and then you'll see again how this all fits together. Okay? So this is only looking at the photon from one angle. There's other angles you could look at it from. So again, this is where the greatest, latest Caltech physics unifies with the law of one. These guys found the first photon in the universe. They just don't realize it. The law of one told us what it is. The law of one says everything in the universe emanates from light, which is one photon. Well, okay, so what is everything in the universe? It starts out as stars that form galaxies. So the law of one also and other intuitive sources talk about a primordial sun, an original star, which this photon fractalizes into. It becomes a sphere as it iterates and reflects upon itself. And then the first star buds off a bunch of other stars and fractalizes into the first galaxy. And that first galaxy has fractalized into a super galaxy. As it does this, all the blueprints are still visible. Okay? The blueprints of how the universe formed out of geometry can still be seen in the photographs of the entire universe today. This is one of my favorite geeky things to tell you, and I feel very proud of myself for having seen this. As far as I know, I'm the first person that saw all this stuff. So in order to understand how this works, we have to look at the geometry of how these shapes intersect. So let's look at the octahedron and how it hides inside the tetrahedron here. And what you're seeing right now is that if you take the sides of the tetrahedron, if you take each side of the tetrahedron and you put a line in the middle, you put a point in the middle halfway through, and then you play connect the dots. Connect the dots of all the midpoints of the tetrahedron and you get an octahedron, right? Very simple. And there's lots of different ways to look at this. Here's another way that's not as easy to see, but you can see the octahedron inside the tetrahedron. So then in this case, I'm showing you how you can take the octahedron on the left and then put little tetrahedrons on every face of it, and you'll build the Merkaba. And this is another example of that. Somebody took my diagram and messed with it online. That's fine. Okay, so here's the really, really important thing that I hope you can see. If you look at the Merkaba, if you look at the shape that they said was the original shape that the whole universe was made from, if there was anything that had a big bang, this was it. This thing did explode. It had a big flowering. The original intelligent energy that the universe created formed this shape first, and then this shape gushed out like an explosion and fractalized into the universe, and some of what it did was to make a bunch of dust. So a lot of the dust that it gave off came out of the octahedron inside the tetrahedron. So look at that gray area. You'll notice that the octahedron is not north to south aligned. The octahedron is tilted on a 45-degree angle now. Can you see that? Okay, good. The octahedron is tilted. Its north to south angle is the line that you see from the top right to the bottom left. It's tilted on its side. That's the way it's always going to be inside the tetrahedron. So this actually shows up in the universe, believe it or not. This is all part of the so-called octahedral universe. So the first thing that we're going to be looking for is that the whole universe is made of one galaxy with a bunch of dust that came off of it. That is exactly what we see. If you study current astronomy, this is the picture of the universe, okay? This is the shape of the universe. This is what it actually looks like. All of the galaxies we know, all of the galaxies in the universe are along that flat line in the middle, along what we would call the equator, right? There's a flat line there you can see. There's a straight line in the middle. That's where all the galaxies are. Nothing else in terms of galaxies exists in the universe except along that flat line. So sideways, you're looking edge-long at a galaxy, a super galaxy. But wait a minute, David. I don't like what you're saying because you're saying that all the galaxies in the universe are on that flat line. What about all the other cloudy stuff? The other cloudy stuff is not galaxies. That's only dust and gas. The galaxies are all along that straight line in the middle. Everything else is simply dust and gas that blew off when the universe was first made from that original tetrahedron. Okay? So, they've analyzed that gas and dust and they know where it has the most concentration. And if you look at it for a long time, you can start to see, yes, it does appear to have a structure. This is the structure that NASA scientists determined it has, okay? Now you'll notice something here. You'll notice that first of all, this is a map projection, so it's a sphere that's been flattened out into an oval. So that's very important. In order to get a look at what this thing really is, you have to roll the oval back together into a sphere. And when you do that, this is what it's going to look like, folks. So you're seeing this thing that is actually the octahedron, and they even say that. This diagram is of an octahedron, right? So again, to look at it before, it's like this. It's an octahedral pattern, and it's tilted on its side. So again, this is what we started with, right? This is the gas and dust in the universe. The only actual galaxies are in the middle along that straight line. Everything else is a big frickin' cloud. There's nothing else in there but gas. The gas has a four-sided structure. The blue is one side, the red is two other sides, and then the blue along the outside edge is the back side. So when you roll out together, you get this guy, okay? Which is the octahedron, and it's even tilted on its side properly. So imagine now that this original tetrahedron exploded in the Big Bang, or the Big Flowering, and that octahedron in the middle belched off a whole bunch of dust off of its sides. And they came out in that shape that now blows out into the universe and leaves behind the dust trail of the original photon in the universe. Now, how many aliens have invented this and won the Nobel Prize or the equivalent thereof on their planets? Probably quadrillions. Probably hundreds of billions of different extraterrestrial species have discovered this thing that I discovered on my own, and it was a really big deal on their planet, and they got all these awards. But on Earth, we have frickin' Illuminati mind control, and they think that it's particles, and nobody's looked at this before, and nobody sees that the original gas cloud for the whole universe is a perfect geometric pattern of an octahedron tilted on its side. And then nobody said, well, you know what? The original Merkaba of the universe has an octahedron tilted on its side the same way. And so that's the guy that gave off all the dust that the universe is made from. On the far reaches, you can take a picture of the universe. All the dust is still in the octahedron shape that it was in when it first exploded. So this model has legs. This model really works. And then here's the next thing that's crazy. Check this out. There's an octahedral matrix that all these galaxies are stuck together in. So we had the primordial sun, we had one sun, and it buds off a bunch of other stars to make galaxies. They make super galaxies. This is a picture of the local super galaxies around us in the universe, okay? All of the local clusters of galaxies. Well, wait a minute, David, I don't understand what you're saying here. You got all these straight lines. You got Draco up in the top right corner. Hey, is that the reptilians? No, no, no. That's just a constellation. Don't get all excited. There's no reptilians in this picture, okay? But what I do want you to do is I want you to look at the area in the middle where it says GA, okay? And where we're seeing, so this is what we're going to see here, folks. These lines that you're looking at are actually lines that galaxies are forming along. And you can see that in this image. Notice the line, like for example, look at the top right where it says Draco, okay? And then notice how that line draws down to the bottom left of this graph, okay? And then notice how many galaxies are on that line, top to bottom. That's amazing, and that shouldn't be happening. And then they notice that there's other lines that have a bunch of galaxies, blobs forming along them as well. So all you're interested in right here is where are the blobs and are they on one of the lines? And the answer is absolutely yes. Now, is this as good as it gets? Absolutely not. They made it three-dimensional. And so this, my friends, is our local neighborhood. If you have not seen this before, this should blow your mind. So bear in mind that what we're seeing right here, if you look at the top of the illustration in the middle, you see the word sun. That's right below the top in the middle. You zoom down a little bit and you see it says Pisces, Pegasus, and then it says sun, okay? And then below the word sun, it says north local void. The sun word has an arrow drawn to it, and you can see that in between these two geometric patterns is a blob of galaxies, and our sun is inside the Milky Way galaxy, which is one of many, many in that local supercluster of galaxies we happen to be stuck in the middle of. Now, check this out. Everything that you're seeing here is a three-dimensional map of all the superclusters of galaxies. These are unfathomably large, and they are all around us, but notice that they are perfectly octahedral. The tops of the octahedrons have blobs of galaxies on them. Each of the corners on the side of the octahedrons have blobs of galaxies on them, and the lines along the edges have blobs of galaxies on them. So notice, for example, that from the top of the octahedron on the left to the bottom of the octahedron on the right, if you follow that line, it's all galaxies, and they're in perfect straight line orientations. Look at the octahedron on the left now, and look at the equator area, and notice that galaxies are only forming along the corners and along the lines. This, my friends, is exactly the same way that the sand particles behave in the drop of water. Except now, instead of sand particles, you're talking about stars and planets forming galaxies. Those galaxies cannot exist except along the geometry because the vibrations push them into this pattern. They can't go anywhere else. The universe is a vibration. The vibrations force all the stars, all the galaxies into this pattern. Okay, well, wait a minute. There's only two octahedrons here, David, so how does this work? Those two octahedrons happen to be on the bottom of a set of three. And so, in universal terms, if the universe is a super galaxy, we got stuck on the bottom floor, which I don't know about you, but if you've ever been in an apartment, it sucks to be on the bottom. You're much better off on the top. So we got shafted in the universe because all the idiots that live in the second and third stories, they're all walking on our heads. Well, that's not really how it works, obviously. We're talking about superclusters of galaxies. I don't really care whether we're on the bottom or not. It's just a joke, okay? But for whatever crazy reason in universal law, there's only 3 octahedrons of galaxies in the whole frickin' universe. And then above that, all you get is that gas and dust I was showing you. So there's only 3 layers of these octahedrons. So in the original studies, this is how they drew that. And it's a little hard to look at. It's a little hard to see this. But again, we have 3 layers of octahedrons. And that's where all the galaxies are. And there's nothing else. And we happen to be on the bottom. So again, this is us. And there we are in the middle. And all this is working fine. And the laws of physics are waiting for us to discover them. Nobody ever talks about this. Nobody ever says it's all vibration. Nobody ever says that there was one photon and it iterated itself into stars. The stars become galaxies. The galaxies become superclusters of galaxies. And they all spread out according to a vibrational matrix created by the original geometry. They're always going to be geometric because the whole universe is a vibration, and the vibrations only allow things to form where the nodes are. So this is what you're seeing. All the galaxies form in these vibrational laws. Isn't this cool? People love this. I mean, when I do this in front of a live audience, people are oohing and eyeing. They're freaking out. They start running around doing crazy stuff, invoking the angels and blue avians and whatever the heck else they want to see. So it all started like this. So then I said to myself, okay, now what do I need? I need a diagram of the universe. I need to diagram the universe so that I have a super galaxy. Because the big idea is, okay, we got the Milky Way and we know what that looks like. We know it's got spiraling arms, right? Well, I need something round. The universal galaxy will be round because the universe ultimately is a big sphere and we can see where all the gas and dust is above the supergalaxy, right? So, okay, it's got to be a supergalaxy. It's got to be round. And then within the supergalaxy, it's got to have a bunch of octahedrons. So that means you're going to have a circle that has a bunch of diamonds in it. And the diamonds represent each of these clusters of galaxies. Oh man, that's going to be hard to draw. How would I draw that? I spent about 30 seconds meditating on it and what it would look like, and then I realized the ETs already drew it for me in a crop of wheat. They already drew the diagram, a circular pattern of a series of diamonds that are all very beautifully symmetrical, already showed up in a crop circle. You ready for this? Here it comes. Boom. And that's another one where everybody in the audience is oohing and aahing when I do this, especially because there's 4 sets of tractor lines that go through this shape and you barely even see them. It's just so beautiful, it's so geometrically harmonious that you have to really look at it to see where the imperfections are. But again, this is actually the shape of the universe, the shape of all the galaxies and how they fit together. It is like the 1,000-petal lotus. So when Buddha was seeing that, he was actually seeing the image of the whole universe, all the galaxies put together. So the guys who discovered this were Bataner and Florido. These are the guys that discovered the octahedral universe. This is Eduardo Bataner, and here's another shot of him. And his paper is on Caltech's website, just so you know I didn't make this up. It's called Large-Scale Structure in Magnetic Fields, and if you pause this and look at the URL at the top, it will say ned.ipac.caltech.edu. So here's where the images come from. Again, nothing up my sleeve. There's the three layers of galaxies, and here's the octahedral universe. The 2 large octahedra closer to the Milky Way. This is Bataner and Florido. I didn't make this up. They figured this out, and it's so amazing because it all shows that the universe is a geometric progression from a single photon, and the laws of resonance and geometric patterns hold true as all the galaxies were formed, just like we see in the sand particles in the drop of water. It's exactly the same for the galaxies. This is the way it works. Another guy who did the same kind of research is Dr. Jan Einasto. In his case, he called it the honeycomb universe. Okay, here he is with a physics prize, which he definitely deserved. Here's another shot of him. And here's his paper, which is called, Does the Universe Have a Honeycomb Structure? And so his diagrams are a little harder to see, but it's the same basic bottom line point, which, again, he got the basic ideas down, and then Bataner and Florido hardened it into this. So there again is Einasto's paper, and you can see it in this case on CERN's own website. Does the universe have a honeycomb structure? Because that's how he defined the idea of all these intersecting octahedra next to each other. He called it a honeycomb because, yeah, it does kind of look like that. So this geometry also, as it turns out, could be present in non-living matter. Well, it is present in non-living matter. I just showed you that. So we looked at the atoms. We looked at the electrons. We looked at the nucleus of the atom. We looked at the galaxies. So we went from very small to very large. And I'm showing you that on the quantum level there's geometry, and on the universal level there's geometry. So wouldn't it make sense that if we're alive in this universe, that life itself follows the same rules as we see in atoms and in galaxies? The vibrational structures of the DNA molecule, the vibrational structures of how life is formed, should have the same geometry if we really have solved the unified theory of physics. And again, there's probably many scientists on many other alien worlds that got the Nobel Prize or the equivalent thereof for cracking all this stuff, because we're not there yet on Earth. We don't have the unified model, but this is it. So let's take a look at DNA now, and if you're not already blown away, this is really going to blow you away. I'm not going to do all of this. I've done this on my show Wisdom Teachings on Gaia, and I'll be doing it again in other forms as time goes on. I'm just going to give you an overview. I'm not going to go really deep this time because it's too much technical stuff. but I just want you to get the taste of this. So first of all, when you look at the actual just basic structure of DNA, we have 5-sided molecules and 6-sided molecules. You got hexagons and pentagons. But geometry is the big secret, and the guy who cracked it is Dr. Mark White. And he is a great scientist, and he knows it. He talks about it on his website that he knows he discovered something really amazing. As far as I know, I'm the only person who really took this and did anything with it so far, but I do consider him a genius. So this is probably an old picture of him. He's probably a lot older now, but that is him on the left. So Dr. Mark White is the guy on the left, and he decoded the DNA molecule. And what did he find? Well, this is the way he drew it, but it doesn't really show you very much, okay? That's a dodecahedron. It's not entirely geometrically accurate. It's drawn incorrectly, which makes it a little harder to see. But he's saying that the DNA wraps over a stack of dodecahedrons. Well, this is where you really, really see it. And this is totally mind-blowing stuff. Take a look at this very carefully, and what you're going to see is like a totem pole of dodecahedrons. So I want you to look at the dark gray and the light gray dodecahedrons. I want you to see how there's 4 of them, and they're on a rod in this case. And now I want you to start looking more closely at the actual double helix itself, which has red for one helix and green for the other helix. Okay? So you got red for one helix and green for the other helix, and now I want you to look at the angle that the double helix is traveling and how that fits in with the actual shape. So check this out. I think you should be able to see, can you see my pointer on the screen or no? Probably not. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so go on the bottom dodecahedron, and you'll notice the red line is now perfectly lined up with the straight line on the side of the dodecahedron. So the straight line and the red line, the white line and the red line are perfectly aligned. Then you go up and you look at the next dodec, which is white, and notice that there's a line on there that perfectly crosses over with the green line from the other helix. And then you go up again and notice that the red line from the first helix crosses over on one of the straight lines of the dodec. Go up again and see that the green line crosses over and the red line crosses over. So this is it, folks. If you are to take a stack of dodecahedrons, you could make them yourself at home. This would be a fun project to do. It would take a lot of work, but you know, if you're bored and feel like doing it, you could actually take, like for example, toothpicks and marshmallows, build a bunch of dodecahedrons out of the mini marshmallows and the toothpicks, and build them so that they stack, you know, in a tower like this. And then you could actually take pipe cleaners, and you could wrap the pipe cleaners, make long strands of pipe cleaners together, and then wrap them around the dodecahedron tower, and you can build a perfect model of the double helix of DNA. So this is why it used to drive me crazy when channelers would say, oh, we're getting 12-strand DNA, man. Because wait a minute, you only need 2 strands for all this great geometric stuff with the dodecahedron to work. You can literally build the dodecahedron yourself and then wrap the pipe cleaners over it and get the double helix structure of DNA. Now what does that suggest? What did we just say about those buckyballs, right? You can slam the buckyball against a wall, it flips inside out, it turns into nothingness. It disappears, but then it comes back. The DNA is down at the same level, down at the same quantum level, the same size of nanometers. These are individual molecules that only appear to be solid. They can disappear. So now imagine that, okay, David, let's see if I got what you're saying here, right? DNA coalesces out of vibration. That's the ultimate point. What I'm going to argue is that the laws of quantum physics have DNA written into them. Life is not some fluke that only happened on Earth. Life is a basic byproduct of quantum physics because, as the law of one says, the universe is made of intelligent energy. The energy knows what it's doing. So if you can build DNA out of these double helixes, and the double helixes wrap across dodecahedrons, then what again is the dodecahedron? Let's go all the way back to the beginning of what I started with today. What is the dodecahedron? Is it a solid object? No. Is it a vibrational pattern that could be created by nothing but sound? Yes. So what do you think would start first in this, if it's a chicken or the egg kind of thing? What would start first, the DNA molecule or the vibratory pattern that makes the DNA molecule? Would the vibratory pattern show up first? And I believe the answer is yes. The vibratory pattern of these dodecahedrons back to back, making the totem pole just like you could make out of mini marshmallows and toothpicks, okay? That thing exists in the universe. That structure, that pattern is out there. It's out there in space. And it actually has microgravitation. So the microgravitation of these vibrational patterns are going to pull in photons and restructure those photons to make DNA. So DNA is going to be made out of nothing by vibration. So let's go back to the slide again, right? Again, the DNA double helix is made of a stack of dodecahedrons. Don't look at them as solid objects. Look at them as vibrations, and look at them as entrapping photons with a microgravitational field. They actually do have a pull of gravity. They pull in photons and they structure DNA out of non-living material, which fully fits in with the law of one model. How do we prove that? Well, this is one of my favorite ones. This is the DNA phantom effect. If you take a random tube and you just have the tube sitting there by itself like it's on the left, photons will appear wherever you want them to, and you can count them one photon at a time in that tube, and they're just going to exist. Something very, very bizarre happens when you put DNA inside that tube, and this was done by Dr. Peter Garyaev, a Russian scientist. Once you put DNA in the tube, but not until then, all of the photons are now absorbed into the DNA molecule. This is so fundamental. Just because it was discovered by Russians, I don't care. I don't care that it wasn't an American scientist. I'm not going to be prejudiced. I'm not going to be nationalist. Well, I'm an American. I don't care about Russian science. Hell, this is amazing, right? Because the DNA is somehow attracting light. You don't think about your DNA doing that. You don't think about your DNA attracting light. But what else attracts light? What's the only thing that we know of that attracts light? The black hole, right? The black hole is a gravitational force so strong that light itself cannot escape. Now, what did I say about microclusters before? You remember that one? I said that microclusters are what happens when you shoot individual atoms out of a nozzle, and if it was tennis balls, they're just going to roll around on the court. If it's atoms, they actually group together into these geometric patterns, which suggests some sort of gravitational attraction. But the gravity, if you will, is actually caused by vibration that wants to push atoms into geometric patterns, right? Just like we see in the universe, all the galaxies have to do this. They have to be in that geometric arrangement. So when we're looking at DNA, the DNA itself has a gravitational pull around itself. And the gravitational pull will not allow any light to exist without getting pulled in. The DNA, by its nature, pulls in all the light around itself. That's totally amazing, because what that shows me is that the wave of the dodecahedrons, the actual pattern that makes light want to do that, exists before anything is created. The hidden vibrational structure of DNA exists before it gravitationally attracts photons and then begins combining them into atoms, which makes DNA. Because remember, in our model, you take in photons and they convert into atoms, starting with hydrogen, which is the one corner, one proton. Oxygen has 8 corners, right? It's all vibration. It's all fluid-like vibration. So now the really crazy part about the DNA phantom effect is that when you take the DNA out of the room, you would think that the light would go back to being free. That's not true. Go back to the slide now. On the right, this is what actually happens at the quantum level. When you take the DNA out of the room, the light continues to hold itself in the place where the DNA was. And it doesn't just go away. How long? Well, if you've seen my talks before, you'll know the answer, but this is amazing. How long do you think that DNA phantom effect stays there? Could you go with 5 hours? Well, you would be right. Could you go with 1 day, 24 hours? Yes, you would be right. How about 5 days? Yes. How about 10 days? Yes. How about 20 days? Yeah. How about 30 days? Yes. It takes 30 days for the DNA phantom to wear off. And what does that mean? Well, I used to love to do this before the era of social distancing in a conference room. I used to say, look, if you could get this room very, very, very dark after we were all gathered in this room together as a crowd, then after everybody left the room, you could get it very, very dark, and the photons of everybody's DNA, where they were sitting in the chair, would still show a ghost-like image of themselves sitting in the chair after they left. And the longer you stay in one place, the more your ghost is going to be consolidated in that one space. So I spend a lot of time standing right here at this exact point on my floor between these cameras. So if we could get this room really, really dark, there's going to be a ghost-like image of David Wilcock here capturing all the photons in the area when I'm not here. And if you can get it minute enough, you'll actually be able to see that, and it hangs around for 30 days. So to me, if the gravity that created the DNA lingers around after the DNA left, that's like the DNA copying itself, right? In other words, you have that DNA photon in the tube, you take the original DNA out, but the phantom stays for 30 days. There is a possibility that if there's enough light and enough material in the area, that there's 30 days for that DNA to make a copy of itself out of new material in the area and make another DNA molecule, and that's life reproducing. Because the vibrational structure is there, the gravitational structure is there, the universe is biased to make life. DNA is nothing more than a very precise set of geometric gravitational pulls that pulls the DNA into just the right shape to make a particular being. And each being in the universe has its own very unique word, a DNA word, a DNA address that is you. That's your identity. You have a very specific frequency, a very specific tone that will make one type of DNA that is your DNA. And it's the only version of your DNA in the entire universe. It is unique and precious and sacred as a fingerprint, and that is all you really are, is one unique note, or what the law of one would call a distortion of the original one intelligent infinity. And again, the same geometric laws that made the photon, that made super galaxies, that made the atomic nucleus, it's also making your DNA. So this is an amazing unified field theory of physics. Hold on, let me pick up my thing. I hope you're really getting what I'm saying to you here, because this is very, very heavy. So again, the DNA, don't look at these as solid objects, look at these as vibrational patterns that are capturing photons and turning them into DNA where nothing alive existed before. If you shine X-rays through DNA, you get this geometry, which is pretty close. But again, the real secret is that Dr. Mark White was the first guy to see this. He went beyond just the DNA molecule. He went into, Uncle Mom is giving me notes. Well, we're going to get to that. How does this affect dreams? Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. All right, he wants 10 minutes before a pee break, and I'm going to give you that. I'm going to have compassion on you guys.
But what's going to happen?
Well, yeah, look, this is all fine. I'm totally in control of my environment. So the geometric code of life, okay, this is very important because life arranges based on simple principles. So this is from Dr. Mark's website, Dr. Mark White's website, where he says, the first step towards understanding the genetic code properly is to realize nobody actually understands it. The second step is to realize the genetic code is a, oh, there it is again, dodecahedral molecular language. This is not the same as the DNA. This is something new. This is very, very interesting. So dodecahedral means resonance vibration once again. So let's not forget, all of this started, this whole crazy discussion, the idea that the universe is ultimately a dream in the mind of one infinite creator that is you. You dreamed the universe into being, starting out of this one shape. This is the primordial Merkaba, and it can be duplicated in a drop of water with sand particles and vibration. You can change the frequency, as I said, and you get different structures of geometry, which again, the geometry changes as the frequency changes, and this is how the universe works. So it has different geometries depending upon the atoms and molecules or what kind of DNA you got. It all works the same way. So now, what Dr. Mark White is talking about is that there are 20 amino acids, 20 basic amino acids that make up our genetic code, and they have very specific rules of how they want to shake hands, who likes each other, who doesn't like each other. Some of them like water, they're called hydrophilic. Some of them don't like water, they're called hydrophobic. And so what he did is to find out that all 20 of the amino acids could exist as 20 positions, the 20 sides of a dodecahedron. That's the big, big secret. The 20 amino acids are 20 sides of a geometry. That's his conclusion. And he even made these soccer ball toys out of the way he hacked the code. You can buy them on his website. So, there's another really cool thing, because you have 20 amino acids, which is the 20 sides of the dodecahedron, and they're all made out of 4 basic types of messenger RNA. So this to me is also really fascinating because he cracked this code, okay? So let's take a look at what he said here. The genetic information in, well, this is not from him, this is from something else. The genetic information in messenger RNA is composed of an alternating sequence of 4 bases. You have adenine or A, guanine or G, cytosine or C, and uracil or U. This alternating sequence provides the unique code specifying each of the 20 amino acids naturally found in all life, which is made of proteins. So you have A, G, C, and U. The entire universe is made of only 4 pieces of RNA. All of life in the universe, so we would think, because I believe this is a universal law, all life in the universe is made of 4 things. Well, is there a way to represent 4 pieces of RNA as pure geometry? Well, what if you put them on the 4 corners of a tetrahedron? Boom. A, C, G, and U, the 4 basic nucleotides, the 4 basic pieces of messenger RNA that all life is made from, that you're made from, is the image of the original tetrahedron, the original photon. So the original photon, just like the law of one said, is mirrored in the structure of the base of all life, the building block of all life. The tetrahedron, A, G, C, and U, are the 4 corners of the tetrahedron. Then, in his model, as these iterate across the surface of a dodecahedron, they form triangles, and he has these illustrations. We're not going to get into all this stuff. Sometime in the future, I'm going to do a really big deep dive on this. I haven't done it yet. But anyway, then what he does is he takes this guy and he sticks it inside a dodecahedron and spins it through a total of 120 different positions that he found it can do, and you get the entire genetic code from that. So this is not the easiest thing to see, but this is one illustration of how he looks at it. We're not going to focus on this one too much because it's too difficult to understand, but again, here we are with the 20 basic amino acids that you have, and these are what everything is made of. So like, for example, amino acid number 6, tryptophan, you can take that, it'll make you sleepy. And then there's certain other ones that people like to take as supplements. But notice it says highly hydrophobic, that means afraid of water at the top, and highly hydrophilic at the bottom of the 20, where it loves water. And then you can look at position 1, position 2, position 3, those columns on the top right. And it's got the number of A, C, G, or U in it, but it's always some combination of those things. So all these amino acids are made out of this one guy. So what he's saying is, you got this little tetrahedron, he's busily rotating in different ways to form the entire genetic code. That's exactly what the law of one said, that different rotations make the universe. So here's another view of how he shows you the dodecahedron and the triangles on each of its faces depending on how the tetrahedron inside looks. And I did a lot more on this stuff with the some of the most recent episodes of Wisdom Teachings I did. And again, here's how he's showing you the actual, how it iterates into the tetrahedron. You got hydrophilic and hydrophobic on the top right there, top left rather, sorry. Again, here he's showing you the different patterns of how they make sense across the faces of triangles. Now, this is where it gets really interesting. So he's not saying that this thing actually exists as a shape that's a solid object. It's just a pattern of how the genetic code is formed. And this is his paper from 2007 where he really lays it down. The G-ball, a new icon for codon symmetry and the genetic code. And he says, the most exciting phrase to hear in science, the one that heralds new discoveries, is not eureka, but that's funny. And that's one of Daniel's favorite lines too. He loves to say, that's funny. So, David. So then right here, here's a really good diagram where you're seeing the tetrahedron inside the dodecahedron, right? And then what he says is there is a suitable relationship between a dodecahedron and a tetrahedron, and it is identical to the relationship between the 4 nucleotides and the 20 amino acids. What are the odds? Well, this is the way it is. This is the way the universe is built. In fact, he says, for the set of all conformational isomers of a tetrahedron, a single dodecahedron can contain exactly 120 unique tetrahedrons in terms of where they are and how they're positioned. And then moreover, simply by using a system of 4 colors, a sequence of any 3 colors can be used to specify any one of those 120 tetrahedrons. Okay, so you don't really, we're not going to go through all of this in detail, but I just want you to soak this in. So an entire language exists between these 2 basic structures. This is a photograph from his paper, even before a single molecule ever randomly tumbles by to take advantage of it. So then what he does is he shows you, this is his master diagram of the 20 amino acids as they map out across the dodecahedron. And in order to make it visible, he had to cut up and flatten out the dodecahedron so you can really see this. But each of these strange relationships between the amino acids that nobody understands what they are, why they work, he actually solved it and said, nope, they're all in a perfect geometric harmony. So as life is formed, it's going to spin, there's this little tetrahedron spinning around inside the dodecahedron, and each of the places it spins as it goes through one of these 120 shapes, imagine this is like a printer, okay? So let's just imagine it's like an old dot matrix printer, and each letter is printed out individually by that head, right? It's going, and it's printing off all the letters one line at a time. One letter at a time, one line at a time, one dot at a time for each letter. But it's going, it's printing this stuff out. Now imagine that life is the same way. Imagine that proteins get printed by some hidden vibrational geometrical law that we don't actually see. And we are going to take a break very soon. Got lots of backseat drivers here today. 5 minutes, he says. Okay, fine. We got a producer for the show. He's getting paid for this. Whatever. We're doing it. All right. So you got to keep me on track, and I appreciate that. So then he says, we don't really need to read all that stuff, but I'm going to go to the next slide here and just think about the idea that he says, what are the odds that sets of molecules would perfectly emulate this structural language, and yet we try to say there could be no logical relationship between the language of structure and the language of actual life molecules? He would say the odds are so small as to be 0. In other words, there is logically no chance that the genetic code is not a structural language at the very bottom. And we can reword this sentence a little bit and then say the genetic code must be a structural geometric language at the very bottom. So again, I made the analogy of the dot matrix printer, that you have a printer head and it's printing out one letter at a time. Now what's happening as proteins are made, as proteins are printed, okay, you have the tetrahedron in the middle. Inside the dodecahedron, it has a total of 120 positions that it can go in. And the tetrahedron Let's do it over here so you can still see my lovely face. The tetrahedron is going, it's making these very precise turns. And it does this over and over again. And as it's doing this, it's printing the protein. And the protein is coming out like the printout. And that's how life is getting made. It's this geometric frequency printout. But the whole entire thing is run by invisible geometric energy that ultimately could be created by consciousness and nothing else. The first Q&A that we're going to do on Wednesday, I'm going to start really hacking into the dream code. So we're going to do like basically just learning this dream language, because once you get into the big picture of this, it's about the fact that, yeah, all this stuff is cool, but you're alive and you have a higher self and it's out there and you're here and you want to know what that higher self is trying to tell you, and dreams are the way to do that. Dreams are the way to tap in to what this universal mind really wants you to know. Okay, so now let's go back to the slide, and again, remember that the geometry is not a solid object. We were looking at the DNA molecule, we're looking at the synthesis of proteins, and it's all being made by this resonant geometry. And we already showed how when the frequency of the geometry, when the frequency in the background changes, that the geometry moves in its shape. So when you're talking about protein synthesis, in law of one terms, there's an intelligent energy that is causing that nucleotide DNA, the RNA, the little tetrahedron, the four-sided tetrahedron, it's moving around inside. It's printing proteins with this action between dodecahedral geometry and tetrahedral geometry, and the way that it vibrates by frequency changes prints the protein. And that whole printout is stored ultimately within one photon. So this is a stunning breakthrough that confirms our entire model and brings this solidly into the realm of consciousness itself. This is where consciousness and geometry become indistinguishable. This is absolutely freaking amazing to me, and I'm so excited about this. This only showed up recently on April 21st, 2018, and my life has been forever changed since this came out. And the article was called "The Human Brain Can Create Structures in Up to 11 Dimensions." But then when they say dimensions, they don't mean what we think dimensions mean. They have a very precise meaning for that term that's different than what we think. So, last year, I'm going to read now from the article, okay? Last year, neuroscientists used a classic branch of math in a totally new way to peer into the structure of our brains. What they discovered is that the brain is full of multidimensional geometric structures operating in as many as 11 dimensions. Now that just means the number of points for one structure, as they will show you in a minute here. This brain model was produced by a team of researchers from the Blue Brain, and actually if you want to cut to me, we can do the wide one over here, and we'll just cut between those for right now. This brain model was produced by a team of researchers from the Blue Brain Project, a Swiss research initiative devoted to building a supercomputer-powered reconstruction of the human brain. So that's the goal. The team used algebraic topology, yikes, a branch of mathematics used to describe the properties of objects and spaces regardless of how they change shape. Well, that's exactly the kind of thing that we're going to be looking for. We want to find shapes. We want to find geometric shapes. Well, they're calling that algebraic topology, okay? They found that groups of neurons connect together into cliques, and that the number of neurons in a clique would lead to its size as a high-dimensional geometric object. This is a mathematical dimensional concept, not a space-time one. Okay, this is very important. We found a world that we had never imagined, according to lead researcher, neuroscientist Henry Markram from the EPFL Institute in Switzerland. So here is Professor Henry Markram, and you can see it says Human Brain Project official launch. So essentially, this is the most hot stuff, I'm trying not to use profanity, the most hot stuff version of supercomputer getting in there deep, deep, deep in there to how the brain actually creates thoughts. And what they looked at is individual neurons that work as a group, or what they call a clique. and that you'll have sections of neurons that group together into cliques, and then there's other groups, and each group of neurons is what they would call a dimension. And so, for example, if we look at a tetrahedron, okay, a tetrahedron has 4 points. That would be a 4-dimensional geometric object in their system. If you look at the octahedron, it has 6 points because it has 4 along the equator, 1 on top, 1 on bottom, for the 2 pyramids, like the 2 Egyptian pyramids, okay? That would be a 6-dimensional object by their way of wording it. So I hope that makes sense now. The number of dimensions, according to them, is the number of neurons in the clique, that are the number of cliques that are actually working together all at once. And this is supercomputer modeling of the brain. So here's another image of Professor Henry Markram, co-director of the Human Brain Project Brain Simulation, EPFL Switzerland. So again, nobody else has done more to see how the brain actually works than these guys. This is the cutting edge science in the world on human consciousness and how it looks when it's actually working in the brain. Now I'm going to quote again from this article. There are tens of millions of these, as you're about to see, geometric objects. Tens of millions of geometric objects, even in a small speck of the brain, up through 7 dimensions. In some networks, we even found structures with up to 11 dimensions. Let me again say this. Dimensions only refer to the number of corners of a geometry. They have already found up to 11. If they push a little harder, I'm sure they'll find 12, and 12 is the icosahedron. So all of the structures that we expect to see in this sacred geometry are actually appearing in the brain, and again, this is very important. Even in the smallest speck of the brain, there's tens of millions of geometric patterns. Now, I'm going to go into the implications of this, but I want you to see the diagrams, then it's really going to make sense. Just to be clear, this isn't how you would think of spatial dimensions. Our universe allegedly has 3 spatial dimensions and 1 time dimension. Instead, this refers to how the researchers have looked at neuron cliques to determine how connected they are. There you go. It's the number of corners of the geometry. That's all it is a dimension. Each new dimensional number is a number of corners. So the brain is like high school. Everybody likes to hang out in a clique. Networks are often analyzed in terms of groups of nodes that are all-to-all connected, known as cliques. The number of neurons in a clique determines its size, or more formally, its dimension. So the clique is when a series of seemingly disconnected neurons are working together. Now, here's a big problem, okay? Wait a minute. Neurons are supposed to be connected electrochemically by synapses. Synapses means that you have one neuron here with its dendrites, right? And then another neuron that has its axons, okay? And the dendrites and the axons come together, forming, as you know, there's a synaptic gap, right? There's a synapse here between the two. There's an electrical connection between these 2 synapses, and that's like if you have, you know, a certain substance that secretes into the synapse to make it close. Then they give you the SSRI, or selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, because serotonin is what closes the synapse here to make this actually function as happiness in your brain. And SSRI forces that serotonin to stay in there and close the synapse. Well, everything in the brain in conventional old school theory is supposed to be directly connected from one synapse to the next, but that's not what they're seeing. They're seeing groups of neurons that are very far apart, in some cases incredibly far apart in terms of how many neurons are in the way in between them. And yet, they connect together, they fire at the exact same way, at the exact same time, and they do it in a geometric pattern. So I want you to try to understand, before I show you the geometric diagrams, where you're actually going to see the pictures of what they found with supercomputers is going on inside your brain. And I want you to try to imagine millions, tens of millions of geometric patterns in your brain, in even the smallest speck of brain tissue, where individual neurons, you got to throw away everything you thought you knew about neurons, because it's not just synapses anymore. It's groups, it's bundles of neurons with lots of other neurons in the way that all activate as a group, and they might have a tetrahedron, they might have a cube, they might have an octahedron, they might have an icosahedron, they might even have a dodecahedron, okay? All of the basic geometries that we've been talking about are appearing in the brain, and they move. So like there will be one, this is what I think is happening, but that there would be a cube that would actually rotate and spin in your brain, and as it does, it's firing off different groups of neurons. But there's all this geometric activity going on. There's all these geometries coming and going. Well, what did we say the whole universe is made out of? Geometry. So if your thoughts in your brain are actually these geometric patterns moving through your neurons and your synapses, then that suggests the possibility that the thoughts exist outside the brain, that the brain is only an antenna for geometric patterns, that the geometric patterns are thoughts, they are consciousness. And then what's even more outrageous is if you can create new thoughts in your brain, and in the process of creating new thoughts, you're creating new geometric structures, do those structures resonate outside of you, out into the world, and create actual physical structures? So, one of the really amazing things that used to happen in the alchemical tradition is that people would create a little clay figurine of a man, and then they would actually animate it and make it into a living being. And supposedly what they were doing was taking that clay and transforming it into living cells and actually making a little living being psychically. And that was called a golem, and that's actually where J.R.R. Tolkien got the name Gollum from in Lord of the Rings, okay? People apparently, if they had very advanced skills, could take a piece of clay, sculpt it into a little figurine of a being, and then turn it into a little living being that would breathe and be alive and have cells. How could that be done? The possibility exists that you could create enough concentrated thoughts in your brain that you're making the right geometric structures to rearrange that clay into live cells, that you have the information, you're actually restructuring all that clay and giving it the right code and the right information to make it something that's actually alive. And so if you wanted to counteract gravity and you wanted to levitate, you would be counteracting the geometric forces of gravity on your cells. You would change your cellular structure so that you can levitate. And now we start to look at all this stuff and we start to see, wow, maybe all of this could be made by thought. Maybe the matter that makes the universe, the matter that is, again, you look at the atom, you got 8 protons, 8 corners of a cube makes oxygen, 14 makes silicon, 26 makes iron, and 46 makes palladium. Maybe you could make those with your mind, and you could start generating oxygen, silicon, iron, or palladium with your own consciousness. Well, this is exactly what great masters are apparently able to do. Great yogis apparently are able to materialize solid objects out of thin air into their hand, because your mind, if you have enough concentrated focus of consciousness, you can take that geometry, you can make it in your thoughts, you can make it into matter, and it'll take whatever is the background around you and actually make it into something inanimate. But the really cool part is not just making inanimate objects, because any fool could do that when they get this skill. It's making living things. That's the real bottom line. Can you make a life form? And that's apparently what these ancient alchemists were doing in these mystery school traditions. Now, it's going to be possible once we've been through Ascension that we'll be able to do all this, but the science of your brain creating geometry as it thinks is the core of that, that you can create this geometry in your brain, and if you have enough personal power, you can project that light out into the world as a structure, which then, just like how I said DNA could be formed, you have that DNA phantom effect. There's a hidden gravitational energy, there's a hidden gravitational essence that takes inanimate photons, or seemingly inanimate, and takes other atoms and molecules and attracts them together to make DNA where no DNA existed. That's the DNA phantom effect. You take the DNA out of the room, and the phantom still stays there for up to 30 days. The light is still held in place by an invisible DNA molecule, and if there was enough dust and crap around, it would make a new DNA molecule, and it would start to make something new that was actually alive. And like I said, this hologram of me that you're seeing right now, if you got this room dark enough, after I leave, I'm still going to be here. You could still see an image of me standing here if you got this whole room really dark, and you could count individual photons. It's not going to be very bright, but you can theoretically see it if you have sensitive enough equipment. So again, that's the soul. There is a part of you that is existing separate from the body that you could be clinically dead. There's 3 conditions for clinical death. You have a cessation of heart rate, you have a cessation of breathing, and you have a cessation of brainwave activity. When you're clinically dead, they say you are brain dead. Your brain is not functioning. There's no electrical activity that they could measure in the brain with an EKG. And yet, there are so many reports, Danny and Brinkley being one of the first ones, one of the pioneers in the original Raymond Moody book, Life After Life. And then Dannion was actually a spin-off of Raymond Moody's success. Dannion wanted to step forward and tell the world what's really going on about the NDE, because Raymond, right through into the 1990s, was getting just creamed by everybody, and people didn't want to believe any of this stuff. Now he's happy. I got him happy. Okay, good. So Dannion came forward and wrote Saved by the Light, which sold how many copies now? 22 million? About 22 million copies. And so look, Dannion has been there, and I will say it's been very interesting to have him here, because when somebody's died 4 times and they've had 4 panoramic life reviews, you start to figure out, you know what, you better be nice. The universe is contrived, the universe has an agenda, and the agenda is for you to be nice and to become more loving and to ultimately become a spiritual being, to become a God. And we're all supposed to do this. So think about what's happening now with the NDE, right? You have the personality, you have the consciousness of a person that continues to exist when they are clinically dead. Their body is dead. Their brain waves are not going. But they have a continuous experience, and they're able to then report back to the people in the operating room about conversations that they had. There's cases of people flying above the building they were in as they had their near-death experience. They go to the top of the building, they see there's a sneaker on the top of the building, and then they go and they climb up there, and the sneaker actually exists. That was what?
Clark Sharp.
Clark Sharp. He actually knows the name of that guy. I didn't know the name. There's cases of people having a near-death experience and appearing to their loved one as a ghost, and then actually going back to the body and being resuscitated, and both parties remember being on either side of the ghost conversation. Okay? So this is the soul, and again, the soul is not something apart from you. The soul is your consciousness. What you're using to think with, you think is your brain. It's totally not. There's a whole bunch of research I put out in Sourcefield, way beyond what I'm even going to do in this talk, that shows that your thoughts are not in the brain. Your whole cognitive mechanism, your whole cognitive thinking process exists separately from the body entirely, which is why you can have a lucid dream or a near-death experience. You leave the body behind, and you still are thinking, and you're still conscious, and you're still you. You do not cease to exist. Your consciousness does not cease to exist outside the body. You will always exist. You will always have identity. And the cool part about the universe is that you only end up becoming more and more of the whole universe as you evolve, ultimately leading back to becoming one with everything. So therefore, let's just imagine now that your soul exists as pure energy, okay? And the energy, by definition, must have vibrations within a fluid, because the only thing that really exists in the universe is intelligent energy, and the intelligent energy must behave like a fluid based on the simple laws of vibration that we see. So you exist ultimately as a specific tone frequency within this greater universal fluid. Your consciousness, your personality, your identity, who you are, is a vibrational note. You are a chord within this greater sea of energy and consciousness. And I propose that all of your thoughts could exist without the brain. Now, how do we talk about that scientifically? One of my favorite examples, which I learned about in a college class, is hydroencephaly. Hydroencephaly is where people have the craniosacral fluid not draining out of their head the way it normally would for most people. The craniosacral fluid backs up in your skull, and it actually starts to dissolve your brain. Some sufferers of this will actually, you can put a flashlight against their ear and the whole head lights up because the light makes the inside of their skull red and you can see it all the way around. In other words, all they have inside their brain is water. And you can look at it on the MRI, you can look at it on X-ray any way you want, and it's just a bunch of water inside their head. And in several cases, there's many cases that they found where the entire remaining surviving brain tissue, which is nowhere near the whole brain, it's just a small amount that didn't dissolve, it's literally no thicker than a slice of bologna around the inside of the skull, and the entire rest of the skull is all water. But yet, it still has the spinal cord attached to it, and it still is wired in electrochemically to the rest of the body. Now, most of the time, when somebody's brain gets dissolved like this, they're severely retarded or dead, and that's it. But in approximately 15% of all cases where people's brain has been dissolved down to the size of a slice of bologna along the inside edge of the skull, they're totally normal, they can think, they can talk, but they basically do not have a brain at all. And in one case, the guy actually got an advanced degree in mathematics from Cambridge University while functionally having no brain tissue. And there's other really crazy stuff that they've done like this where, for example, Johns Hopkins University, they take one whole hemisphere out of your brain. It's called a hemispherectomy because some kids are having horrible seizures, and if they don't do this, the kid's going to die. Sorry, mom and dad, but we got to remove half of your kid's brain. Well, does that mean he's going to be half as smart? Nope. You take the half of the brain out, leave the other half behind, and the kid is totally fine, like nothing ever happened. Except that now he doesn't have seizures and everything's great. He doesn't forget anything, doesn't have any missing memories. Half of the brain is gone and nothing is happening. But again, the big one is hydroencephaly, where almost the entire brain is dissolved, but they still have thoughts. So, there could be ways in which, in a person like that the body rewires itself so that a lot of that cognitive activity is happening purely in the soul and doesn't need to interface with brain tissue. The brain is getting what it needs. It's getting enough that you can still function, you can still speak. It probably had to rewire itself in very interesting ways. But again, this shows that most of the thinking cognitive process is strictly energetic in nature. And again, if we go over to the near-death experience, the near-death experience is where you don't have to have a body at all. Your body is dead, but you're still thinking and you still have a conscious personality. So let's just say this. When you're in the body, the brain, with all of its squiggles, right? You notice all the squiggles and all the twists and turns of brain tissue? That appears to be designed so that tens of millions of these geometric patterns that your soul is making as it thinks, each thought is a new set of geometric patterns, that the brain is built to catch those. The brain is built to catch the geometry that your thoughts make in your soul as your soul is doing the thinking. Your brain is not needed for thinking. Your brain just intercepts the thinking process, catches the geometry with the neurons, and then gets it where it needs to go in the body. So isn't that interesting? Because now we have a geometric model of consciousness, and I was predicting back in the 1990s that when we really got into how neurons worked in the brain, that this is what we would find, and by God, it's true. So now that I've given you the big picture, I'm going to drill into this a little more. Okay. According to the researchers, algebraic topology provides mathematical tools for discerning details of the neural network, both in a close-up view at the level of individual neurons and a grander scale of the brain structure as a whole. So they're even saying individual neurons will fire off in geometric structures, which is so cool. as well as larger groups of neurons working in sequence with each other. By connecting these two levels, the researchers could discern high-dimensional geometric structures in the brain formed by collections of tightly connected neurons, or cliques, and the empty spaces or cavities between them. So again, a clique is a collection of tightly connected neurons, and when you bundle them together, you get bundles of cliques, then they form geometric patterns with cavities between them. Now look at this. We found a remarkably high number and variety of high-dimensional, meaning geometric, cliques and cavities, which had never been seen before in neural networks, either biological or artificial, the team wrote in the study. So one of the dangers, of course, is if you understand how this geometry works, this would make it much easier to build artificial intelligence, right? Because you got to get that geometry running to get artificial intelligence. Algebraic topology is like a telescope and a microscope at the same time, said one of the team, mathematician Catherine Hess from EPFL. And this to me sounds fractal and holographic. It works like a telescope and a microscope at the same time. And you can see here, she's got kind of a interesting facial expression. She's got the chalkboard with all the equations. Here she is again with another chalkboard speaking at EPFL. Another chalkboard that looks even more scary. And now she is very passionately engaged in making those equations that nobody's going to understand on the chalkboard. So she's really taking an interest in her work here. So she said it can zoom into networks to find hidden structures, the trees in the forest. It can see the empty spaces in the clearings all at the same time. Those clearings or cavities seem to be critically important for brain function, but again, there's no synapses, folks. This is not synapses at all. This is geometry. When researchers gave the virtual brain tissue a stimulus, they saw that neurons reacted to it in a highly organized manner. So they built brain tissue in a supercomputer, and it started doing all this geometric stuff that they never expected it would. It is as if the brain reacts to a stimulus by building and then tearing down a tower of multi-dimensional blocks, starting with rods, which they say is one dimension or one clique, then planks, which is 2 dimensions or 2 cliques, then cubes or 3D, and then more complex geometries with 4D, 5D, etc., said one of the team, mathematician Rand Levy from Aberdeen University in Scotland. So here's Dr. Rand Levy. And, you know, he looks a lot like my good friend Jude from high school. He reminds me of him. So again, this is another quote from the article that I find very, very fascinating. The progression of neurological activity through the brain resembles a multidimensional, highly geometric sandcastle that materializes out of the sand and then immediately disintegrates. So there's all these sandcastles, multidimensional sandcastles, forming and disintegrating in your brain, second by second, moment by moment, millions and millions and millions of geometric patterns in your brain. That's all there is. So then they say these findings provide a tantalizing new picture of how the brain processes information, but the researchers point out it's not yet clear what makes the cliques and cavities form in their highly specific ways. So isn't that interesting? They found the geometry, but they don't have a model in which the geometry makes any sense. Well, again, I'm not even really trying to claim that I discovered all this stuff, although I kind of did. I'm just really a synthesizer. I combine other pieces of information, okay? Dr. Mark White discovered that the genetic code is printed out by a tetrahedron inside a dodecahedron going zip, 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 zip in one of 120 positions. And it does this over and over again like the head of a printer, making the proteins that make you alive. The DNA molecule is a dodecahedron with the double helix wrapped around it because the dodecahedron started first and it attracts photons in gravitationally to make life out of non-living material. Atoms are made out of in the new model that we had from Dr. Robert Moon. The nucleus is geometric, and the protons are actually corners of the geometry. We have galaxies coming together across these huge networks of super galaxies, and they're all forming into the egg carton octahedron model. The geometry explains everything. The geometry explains life, and the geometry explains matter, and now the geometry explains consciousness. Consciousness, for some reason, they just said, we don't know why the cliques and cavities form, but when you are having consciousness, you are having this frothing sea of geometric patterns rising and falling. So one particular thought is a hyper-complex collection of geometry. It's almost like a body is a hyper-complex collection of cells. So it's not like you could have one thought and have one simple little geometry and that explains the whole thought. No, a thought is a very complex body of geometric patterns, but that's all it is. And you can have the geometry in the pure energy of soul without the body. So that's where the soul is. The soul is your complex collection of geometric patterns. It's just you that will always exist in the universe and can float around and find another body and have experiences in the afterlife. It can look like a human silhouette. It can look like a point of light. It's about the cognitive process, what you think with, okay? Your higher self is a bigger piece of that because, as it turns out, the part of you that is conscious and aware right now is very limited compared to who you really are. The part of you that is conscious, alive, and aware right now is only a small percentage of the total amount of your consciousness that you don't normally have access to, and that's what the law of one calls the veiling. So this is really weird because your mind is only using a droplet of the ocean, but you can access the rest of the ocean if you want to. You can start meditating, and the thoughts that will arise naturally in your conscious mind will be coming from the higher forces. And so all of this, again, back to the slide, was totally anticipated in our model from the law of one material. So I just want to give you now some of the things that will help to ease your skepticism so that you don't have to think that I'm trying to pull a fast one on you here. On the bottom right, okay, what we're seeing is down at the level of B3, a 5-neuron clique. 5 individual neurons working in a pentagonal shape together in a clique. That's what they're showing you. And notice also that they, you know, on A here on the left is a reconstructed microcircuit of the brain. They're actually virtually reconstructing the way neurons work in brain tissue. B1, you have a connectivity matrix. They're looking at how connected they are. That's on a macro level. B2, as you can see, is just a very tiny area of B1. And then B2, they're zooming in on an even smaller area to get to B3. And now they're analyzing how these individual neurons work. Well, check this out. This diagram is very exciting because they're showing you what they're seeing at the most intrinsic level. And let's zoom in now on the left-hand side there. Sure enough, folks, take a look at this. Look at it closely. Look at what I'm just telling you. This is all there is in the brain. This is what they just told you. And those are tetrahedrons. Do you see them? Do you see how they have 4 dots and there's lines between each of the dots? Yeah, they're kind of on their side now. But this is how the neurons in your brain are firing off. They're firing off tetrahedrally. But then look at this. This is another snapshot from the same paper in which they also show that they have found octahedrons because A is a big octahedron. And the octahedron, of course, is 2 Egyptian pyramids connected base to base. And they've also said they found structures with up to 11 points or 11 dimensions, which is only 1 shy of what we need to build ourselves a dodecahedron. 12 points for the dodecahedron, 20 points for the icosahedron. Now look at this. This little guy right here on the left is the image of the neurons from their supercomputer modeling. And then on the right, what you're actually seeing is like a fractal illustration of the actual geometry of thought in the brain. And look at how many patterns there are in there. And look at the clumps of geometry and look at how they all move together on the left into that big black circular area, half circle, right? That's sort of like the Mandelbrot set. That's sort of like the center of the soul where the thoughts are the most concentrated and they all superimpose into one line. But then in the rest of the brain, you can clearly see this geometry. And then again, they said there are tens of millions of these objects even in a small speck of the brain, up through at least 7, if not 11 dimensions that they found. So when we consider the implications about your thoughts creating geometry, this is where we get to how dreams and dream analysis function in such an important way. So because of the constraints of time, and this other discussion is very important, I want to get to it next week, let's say, we're going to go right ahead to this. So lucid dreaming is an excellent way for you to learn about the other side, okay? The other side of reality where all this stuff is happening, where your thoughts are iterating as geometric patterns, okay? Lucid dreaming gives you the opportunity to be the dreamer in the dream so that you know that it's a dream, you are asleep, you are not awake, but yet in the dream you are awake. And in the dream, you actually have control over that environment. So the practices are not inherently difficult, but I'm going to go through them with you right now. So this is going to be the end of the brain-burning part of our talk with all the science, and I'm going to get into practices and things that will give you practical results, okay? So the first lucid dreaming practice that I'm going to share with you is going to seem really, really strange. And you might not think that this is something you should do, but I'm actually going to ask you to do this anyway. I want you to get over the laughter and the shame or whatever hang-ups you got on this, and I want you to just try this out. So number one, the first exercise is called validation. Now, what do I mean by validation? Validation is a very interesting exercise. Validation is going around and testing your reality right now as if you were dreaming, because when you are in a dream, you don't know that it's a dream. You think it's real, okay? So one of the things that these lucid dreaming books, and I'm thinking now specifically about like the 2 books by Dr. Stephen LaBerge that launched me into this back in high school, called Lucid Dreaming and Exploring the World of Lucid Dreaming. They both advocated that you do what I'm calling validation. That's not what they called it, but it's the same idea. Now the idea is this. Here you are, and let's do this right now, okay? As you're watching this with me, okay? You're watching me tell you this information. Hopefully you're having fun. Hopefully you think this is cool, okay? I know I'm very excited about this unified geometric model because they said there's only a photon in the universe. We're all holographic reflections of the photon. We don't really exist. It's just this one geometric Merkaba. But then look at what happens. All of matter, all of the galaxies, all of the universe, and the DNA molecule, the genetic code, it's all iterations of this geometry, and it's the exact way that thoughts can be traced out in the brain as they move. Thoughts are simply geometric patterns that move around and change shape. That's all they are. You don't need the brain for that. That's where the lucid dream and the near-death experience happens, and they're both basically the same. So, the first exercise is that here you are experiencing your life right now as you're watching this show. I'm on television. You're watching me on a television screen. Are you dreaming? Are you having a dream right now? How do you know? How do you know that what's happening right now is real? How do you know that you're not having a dream right now as I'm showing you this, as you're watching me talk to you? How do you know this is real? How do you know that I am real? How do you know that this video is real? How do you know that the phone you're holding or the computer you're holding or the screen you're watching is real? Well, I want you to think about it for a minute. Is this real? Am I in a dream right now? Now, how do you test for that? Is there a way to test that you are having a dream right now? And the answer is yes, there is. So here, I want you to do this with me right now. I want you to look away from the screen, and I want you to look at one place in the room. And I want you to study that place. Don't look at me right now. Look at somewhere in the room right now. Study it. Notice what it looks like. Notice the details of it. And now I want you to look back at me again. Okay? Are you dreaming right now? Is this even real? Are you actually watching me on television, or are you having a dream? And let's presume that you don't know the answer. Okay? Now you just looked at that point in the room and you studied it. I asked you to study it and I asked you to tell me, what does it look like? Okay? Now, I want you in real time, as I'm telling you this, I want you to look at that point of the room again. I want you to look at it again, and I want you to study it again, and I want you to notice whether it looks the same or whether anything is different. Has anything changed? Is anything about that structure different than it was before, or does it look the same? Now, because I know that I'm not dreaming and that this is real and that you're actually watching a show right now that's real, I know that unless you're on some very exotic LSD, when you look at that part of the room and then you look at it again, it's going to look the same. Now here's the trick, folks. If you're having a dream, when you look at it again, it's not going to look the same. It's going to be different. Now that's called object permanence. Children, babies, do not have object permanence. If you take a toy that a child has, and you got the baby there, and you take the toy and you put it under a piece of cloth like a napkin, the baby will start crying. The baby doesn't understand that the napkin is covering the toy. All the baby knows is the toy is gone. All right? The baby doesn't understand object permanence. The baby doesn't understand, no, the toy is still there, it's just under the napkin, right? You pull the napkin away, now the baby, look, there it is, and he gets all excited again. That's called object permanence. Normally, if you're not dreaming, you have object permanence in your reality, relatively speaking. You walk around the room, you look there, you look away, you look back, and it stays the same. This is the most important thing. You learn to check your reality. And I would even say, if you really want to have lucid dreams, make it a habit to validate 20 times a day, which would mean basically every hour. Every hour, you're going to be sitting there, and I'm actually saying I want you to do this. I want you to actually sit there and look at the room and say, am I dreaming right now? And if I am, let me look at something and look away and look back. And then here's another thing that's very, very important. In the validation exercise, you should never be cynical. You should always be extremely excited, hopeful about the fact that you're going to catch yourself in a dream reality. You want to be expecting that you're going to see something different. You're going to look at that and then you're going to look away and you're going to get excited because maybe it's going to have changed. And so if you make this a part of your life, if you make validation a part of your life, then when you're in a dream, it's now a habit that you've formed. It's a habit that you've formed to validate your reality to see whether it's real or not. Okay? So you go back into the reality of a dream, and now you're used to validation. Well, when you're in a dream, the first lucid dream I ever had when I was reading these books, it's at the very beginning of my new book, and the way I knew was I had gotten into the habit of doing validation, okay? Check for things that don't make sense. Check for things that are impossible. Because that's another way you can do it. You could look at something and you can say, well, that's frickin' impossible. There's a guy hovering outside the window. He's levitating in the air. That's impossible. This must be a dream. That wouldn't happen in reality. There's a big UFO outside. That's probably a dream. That's probably not going to happen in reality, at least not right now. So, the first time I ever had a lucid dream, I saw a light bulb where the glass had shattered, but the filament was still burning. The glass had shattered, but the filament was still burning. And I said, wait a minute. That's impossible because the filament will burn up, the tungsten will burn unless it is in a vacuum, which is caused by the air pressure that's sucked out, which the glass is holding in. If there's no glass, you can't create a vacuum. There's too much air on the filament and it will burn immediately. Therefore, if I'm seeing a light bulb filament where the glass is all broken but the light is still lit, it means it must be a dream, it can't be true. That's how I secured lucidity. Okay? Now, the second exercise that's very, very important, being able to get dreams down, is to actually secure your dreams in the first place. And again, this is not as easy as it sounds. If it were easy to capture a dream, everybody would do it, but the law of one actually does say that only advanced adepts actually catch their dreams in progress. Most people do not remember a dream when they wake up. So now I'm going to unpack this with you a little bit because there's a lot to this. Okay, so the first thing you have to do is make sure that you're getting enough sleep. Now, Elizabeth will tell you this. This is a big, big thing for me. Elizabeth, do I ever drink caffeine? No. The reason why I don't drink caffeine is that it interrupts my sleep. If I can't wake up because my body wants me to wake up, I will not goose it with coffee. I will only be awake if my body wants me to be awake because it's the right thing. Coffee is used by a lot of people to trick their body into being awake when they're actually not getting enough sleep. Now what I do is I always drink 2 8-ounce glasses of water when I get up in the morning, first thing. And that way, if I know that I'm committing to being awake, I've hydrated myself. Theoretically, if you're getting enough sleep, that hydration should be sufficient and you don't need coffee. Your body gets what it needs. It gets the hydration it needs. You're totally wakeful. I don't have problems I don't drag in the morning. I don't feel like I need my cup of coffee. There is no cup of coffee, okay? I will occasionally eat chocolate to get a temporary acceleration in the way that I'm going to talk because it will speed me up, which then makes it completely inhuman. Nobody can follow what I'm saying, so it's probably not a good thing for me to eat a whole lot of chocolate. If I want to stay slow, I better stay off stimulants because my brain gets really, really fast. And in just my normal consciousness, I have a very, very fast processor, much more than most people as I've learned. And that's where you can do jazz soloing and, talking really fast about really technical stuff like I do. So there's a whole lot of stuff about making sure you get enough sleep. Why do people have insomnia? People have insomnia because they haven't reconciled their stress. If you make yourself so frickin' busy that you can't slow down during the day, then what's going to happen is that when you go to bed at night, you're going to say, oh man, I still haven't dealt with this problem. I still haven't dealt with this problem. This person is such an a-hole. This person, oh my God, he said this, she said that. I can't believe this happened. I'm so worried because I don't know if such and such is going to happen. I don't know where I was. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't understand this. This person doesn't make any sense. I'm so pissed off. And you're lying there in bed, stressing out and freaking out about going to sleep, and you're not actually sleeping. Insomnia is a sign that you need to take the time to stop being so busy and reconcile your stress through meditation. So, one of the big things that I recommend that's very, very important if you want to get into this science of dreams, and apparently a lot of you have already been remembering your dreams well, and I applaud you for that if you are. If you're one of the blue bus kids and you're not remembering any of your dreams, I would say, first of all, I'm not saying you can't have coffee, but I'm saying figure out how to wake up without it. Make it so that you don't absolutely need it because it might be a habit that you don't really need. See if you can wake up without coffee. See if you can just drink 2 glasses of water when you get up, and see if your alertness doesn't come online in about 15 minutes, because it will. Okay? You don't really need caffeine. Anybody who needs caffeine is addicted, and you don't need to be addicted to it. Super green powder in some cases will also help you wake up. If you're having trouble with just water, you can hydrate with a super green drink. And so one of the things Elizabeth does every morning is she has a shake, and she adds all kinds of great nutrients to it and stuff, and that is a great way to get that hydration and to get your brain the nutrients that it needs. Maybe she'll tell you a little bit about what she does when she comes up here. And we'll switch out microphones. Yeah, why not? Because you have a bunch of stuff that you use. And we could do that on one of your shows. It doesn't have to be this one, because you're going to have your own microphone on at that time. But anyway, making sure you get enough sleep is actually a lot more difficult than it sounds, because most people are addicted to being awake, and they think that 6 hours is enough. It is not. If you're only getting 4 to 6 hours of sleep, you are desperately starved for sleep, and you must get more sleep. There's no question in my mind whatsoever. Well, guess what? We're in a pandemic. The government is sending you checks to get your stuff done so that you can still pay the bills while you don't work. And now all the states are reopening. Some of them are going to reopen on May 1st. A lot more are going to reopen on May 15th. They're not going to be able to keep society shut down until the election like they seem to have wanted to. And people are not going to put up with this forever. If you have, again, comorbidities or If you are above the age of 70, you're probably going to want to self-isolate longer. But really the best thing we can do is have everybody get this thing, except for the people with comorbidities and old age. Everybody gets herd immunity, it disappears, and now we don't have to worry about it anymore. So the only people that really need to be isolating now are people that are at risk populations. Let everybody else intermingle, let them get the thing, get the antibodies, and get immune, and that's what we need to do. But during this time, we're still on the pandemic, you're still on the lockdown. I would say don't just sleep 6 hours a night. Don't be addicted to being awake. Get to bed at a reasonable hour. Do something different. You know, there's a whole ritual ceremony you can go through to let yourself wind down. You can give yourself the opportunity to wind down and like I would even say maybe 2 hours before you're going to go to sleep that you start doing things to help yourself wind down. So one of the things Elizabeth and I have been doing now is using these rollers, and we're literally doing like we're stretching out on these rollers on the ground. I'll show you the roller right here because we got it right here. So we have these rollers and we're rolling around on the ground. You just rest, this is just foam, okay? You just rest your body weight on this and you let your muscles stretch, and you'd be amazed just lying on the floor and stretching on one of these things and doing your legs and your back, and then the front thighs. Oh my God, that hurt me so bad last night. I was working that. This kind of stuff, like stretching before bed, is very important because the more your body is stretched, the more you're going to sleep and the more you're going to relax. Another thing you can absolutely do is set the intent that you're going to remember your dreams. Just get it in your mind. You know, I'm gonna think about what was happening to me right before I wake up, and I'm going to remember what was happening, where was I going, who was I talking to. You never want to say I'm going to remember my dream. You say, I want to remember where was I, what was going on, who was I talking to, was I indoors, was I outdoors, what were the colors I saw, what were the symbols, all that kind of stuff. Okay, the next big thing, besides getting enough sleep, which again is about nutrition and hydration, and I recommend consistency. I don't recommend staying up late at night. I have noticed, just so that we're clear, if I ever do blow out my normal schedule and I go to bed at like 1:30 instead of midnight, because I try to be in bed at midnight. I try to start winding down around 10 or 10:30, or we'll watch, you know, something on TV together. We'll watch some Whose Line Is It Anyway, or we'll watch a movie or something. Then I got to take the dog out in the backyard, and we have a whole ceremony that involves, you know, going upstairs and brushing your teeth and all that kind of stuff. Well, once I've done all that and I've gotten prepped for the night, I try to always go to bed at the same time. That's a very important part of remembering your dreams, is consistency. Consistency with when you go to bed, consistency with when you get up. If you go to bed late, you're not going to remember your dreams. If you blow it one night and you say, I'm going to stay up till 2:30 because I'm having a ball, I'm having a great time, that could kill 2 days of dreams. So to be a dreamer, to remember your dreams, is to go to bed at the same time every night, get up in the morning. If you're having insomnia, it means you're not spending enough time thinking about your life and its problems during the day. Insomnia is totally avoidable by simply spending enough time thinking about the things that upset you. And let me also say this while we're on that topic. There is an art to worrying properly, okay? And what I advocate, which is totally a law of one exercise, an extrapolation from a law of one exercise, is I advocate making a worry list. So the first, and you can ultimately do this in your mind as an inventory, but I do recommend in the earlier stages of this that you do it as an actual physical practice. I want you, next time you're going to worry, I want you to worry about everything. I want you to worry about as many different specific things that you could worry about that you possibly can, and write all of them down, okay? That would be a key before you learn how to do this without a written instrument. Write everything down, and as soon as you write down one worry, it's gone, and I want you to worry about something else, and I want you to worry about something else, and I want you to worry about something. Just let your paranoia run wild. Let yourself be totally crazy with paranoia and worry and fear and anxiety and just blah. It might take you 15 minutes, but just worry about every single thing you can and make a specific thing about it. Then, step 2 of the exercise is that you take that list and you make a new piece of paper and on the left you write tangible, and on the right you write intangible. You make 2 columns, tangible and intangible, okay? And maybe we'll even make a handy piece of paper so you can just print it out. You don't even have to write it down. You just print out your tangible and intangible paper that we're going to make you, okay? And then on the left, where it says tangible, those are the things that you actually can do something about. You actually can theoretically pay your bills. You actually can tell your kid that you're sorry because you yelled at him. You actually can feed the dog. You actually can get to the grocery store even though you don't really want to because, my God, we got to wear the freaking masks. And that's just awful. Okay, you theoretically can go shopping. You theoretically can feed the dog. All that stuff is tangible, right? Well, I'm worried about the pandemic. You can't do anything about the pandemic right now. You know, I mean, yeah, you could be a social activist, and so tangibly on the tangible column, you could say, I want to make posts about coronavirus that 85% of people that get it don't even feel anything. That's in a tangible category. But there's intangible things you can't worry about. You can't worry about the fact that the world could blow up tonight. You can't worry about the fact that an asteroid could come in and ruin all life on Earth like the fall of the dinosaurs. You can't worry about the fact that your car could have been stolen during the night and you wake up and your car is gone. I mean, you could worry about that, but you're crazy. Okay, right? It's not going to do you any good. It's not going to do you any good. So those are all your intangibles, right? So you got the list of tangibles over here. You got the list of intangibles over here. Now you got to have a third list, okay? New piece of paper. You take the tangibles rather. First of all, you take the intangibles and you throw those away. Because as a logical being, as a being with sentience, you say, I can't worry about the intangibles. Therefore, I'm going to give it back to God. I'm going to give it back to the universe, and I'm going to say, I don't need to worry about this. This is not my fight. It's not my problem. No big deal. Done. Gone. Forever gone. I don't even care. I'm done. I don't even care about it. It's gone. Take the tangibles and then make an ordinal list about which one is the most urgent for me to do today. And then you form those tangibles into a list of which is the most important thing, and you get it down to a list. Now here's the really big one, right? The next thing I'm going to tell you to do is to take the first thing on your list of tangibles and solve it all the way until it's totally resolved. And don't stop until it is totally resolved. Because if you can't resolve it at all, then it is actually an intangible and it shouldn't have been in the tangible list. Now what I can say is that as a person where I think it's safe to say at this point I'm a highly effective person. I don't think that's egotistical. I think you can look at the millions of views I get and all the cool things my career has done, the places I've been, the crowds I've spoken in front of, my public speaking ability, the knowledge I have, the research I've done, the data I've synthesized, the books I've written, the television shows I've done, the movies I've been in that went to #1. Yeah, there's something cool happening here, okay? Sorry if you don't like that, but I guess if you didn't like that, you probably wouldn't have this class unless you're some, parasite that's watching this just to hate on it, which I think there's probably a few of those. But anyway, thank you for paying for it anyway. If you did, you probably stole it somehow. But anyway, we're not going to talk to you. So everybody else, you bought this because you're happy to be here. You don't think I'm an egomaniac. You get it. You get that this is something cool. And I'm happy to be offering this to you. So as a highly effective person, I can tell you that I do this all the time. I am constantly throwing away the intangibles, looking at the tangibles in my mind, and looking at which ones are the most important, and then you get it done all the way. So like, for example, I don't like dishes being left undone, so I will get all the dishes done all the way. That becomes the top of my list. If I see dishes that need to get done, I do them, because then that's done and I don't ever need to worry about it anymore. If the dishes are not done, that's still a fire that's burning in my mind on the tangible list, and I got to get it done. So I have a weird kind of like thing where I just always have to do my life the same way as much as possible. My dog really reinforces that. She loves consistency. She loves the walk being at the right time, the food being at the right time, everything. So I do this naturally, and again, that's how you avoid going crazy, because what most people do is they put out one fire a little bit, and then they go to the next one, and they go to the next one, and they're lured in by all these distractions, and they never actually solve anything. Like, okay, you want to write your book, because everybody wants to write their book. You got to just sit down and do it. You got to just write the frickin' book. Well, I don't have any time. Well, then make an hour a day where no matter what the hell is going on in your life, as much as possible, you try to get that book written. That's one way you can do that, okay? Maybe you don't really need to be writing a book right now. Maybe you need to be meditating. This is another important point when you're sorting out your tangibles, the difference between healing and creating. And I find so many people get caught on this. When you're in a state of healing, you cannot be in a state of creativity. And this is very, very important. If you try to do creative work while you are unhealed, it will always fail because the stress overwhelms you, the problems in your life overwhelm you, because you haven't put those tangibles out. So what you got to do is deal with the problems in your life as much as you can and cut the cords. You say to yourself, you know what? I know this problem is really bad, but I've done everything I effing can do about it. There's nothing more I can do about this. I'm done. I've done everything I can do. I'm letting go of it. It's not on my tangible list anymore. I've hit this as hard as I can. I've done everything I can do, and therefore it's not allowed to be on the tangible list anymore. I'm rolling it over to the intangible, which means I don't care. I'm done. Okay, well, then what about the other stuff? Now, because you don't care about it anymore, because you've done everything you can, what's on your tangible list? What's the most important thing on your tangible list? What do you want the most to do that you haven't done? That should be the thing at the top of your list. You get it done. You do some of it, and you make sure that everything is balanced, okay? So this sounds crazy, but if you start to live a healthy life like this, if you start to go to bed at the right time, and you don't have these burning buildings in your psyche, you don't have all these things that are eating up at your peace of mind, and when you go to sleep, you're going to be able to go to sleep. You're not going to be up with insomnia. The insomnia is the result of things on the tangible list that you haven't solved, and you don't also have a clear plan. Because here's the other thing, right? You might have number 1, number 2, and number 3 on your tangible list, and you know that you can't get to number 4 even this week. But you also can say, well, look, you know, number 4 was taxes, but April 15th has been deferred. The government says I don't have to pay taxes until such and such date. Now I don't have to worry about this. Okay, great. Then you know what? If that's number 4 is paying the taxes and you know that the deadline is off in the future and you have plenty of time to do it before the deadline, then stop effing worrying about it. It's gone. It doesn't exist. You don't ever need to have any energy put towards it. All you do is the thing on the top of the list. You don't even worry about the other stuff on the list. You structure everything so that if there's things on the list that you don't need to get done this week and get them done next week, you don't even worry about it. You don't even think about it until next week. And again, in the beginning, you can do this in writing. I learned how to do it all mentally so that everything in my life is organized. Everything in my life has a schedule and a timetable, and when am I going to do this and when am I going to do that? And the more organized like that you get, the more you're going to milk every minute of your time for the juice of pure creativity, inspiration, and success. So this, I don't believe in making classes where I say to you, if you take my class, you're going to make lots of money. But what I will do is teach you the habits that will help you to make lots of money. And for me, one of the most important ones is remembering your dreams, because now your higher self is talking to you every day. And if your higher self thinks it's a good idea for you to make money, guess what? You're going to make a lot more money. You will. No question. Your higher self will guide you away from the people and situations that are toxic and drain your energy so that you get the peace of mind and the clarity that you need to be creative, to find your inspiration, to follow your bliss, and then to match that up with something that makes money. And that's very, very important. So, in summary, again, what I say is you got to get enough sleep, and the way to make sure you're getting enough sleep is that you don't have irreconcilable psychological conflicts. You've reconciled yourself, you know what's the most important thing to do, you get it done. The other things on the list you might not tackle until next week or next year. You might even plan out your life that far ahead. You might say, you know what, the first 3 things on my list are going to take me until the end of the year 2020 to complete. And that's okay. Once I get there, I'm going to work on number 4. I'm going to make that pond in the yard. I'm going to dig out the pond, and I'm going to make a pond. Okay, but just don't start the pond right now. Get the other 4 things done first. You know, that's the problem, is too many people start things they don't finish. I don't believe in that. If I'm going to do something, I do it. So when I'm working on a book, I don't do anything else. And that drives everybody around me crazy. But like, Elizabeth, did I not last year do almost nothing but write that frickin' book?
Yes.
There you go. Proof. Proof from my wife that I live by what I teach. I did almost nothing but work on that book. I wasn't playing guitar. I wasn't writing music. I mean, I have certain things that I must do. I must keep up with current events. I must stay online. I always check what's going on in the world. I always follow that, and I dialogue it, and I put it in my journal. And I always watch movies at night because I like to wind down. Okay? And what else did I do?
You made a movie.
Yeah, I made a movie. I made the Pete Peterson movie. But basically last year, and we made Cosmic Secret, that's right. So we had 2 movies. But basically last year, what was I doing? I was writing my book, because that was number 1 on my list, and I had to get the damn thing done. And nothing else is going to happen. Okay. And what?
Stick to your goals, but then to stick to their
Yeah, so you want to stick to your goals. You want to make sure that you're following through on the things that you're passionate about in life. And if you don't know what you want to do with your life, that's a great thing. That's not a problem. Because the thing that you ultimately should do with your life is whatever makes you the most inspired. And then the real art to that is what makes you the most inspired and how can it generate a living for you. And with the internet, there's all these opportunities for that, which now everybody's having to explore with this, paperless office and office at home. Because people can't go to an office because of social distancing, so a lot of people are rethinking how they make money. And there's going to be great opportunities for virtual income, virtual jobs, okay? Which is, I think, a very positive thing. I think, offices don't really need to be there anymore. A lot of this stuff can be done at home. And, frankly, I think there's way too many people who get into managerial positions and they become sadists. And I saw this at various places I worked. I had many, many corporate jobs after I got out of college because I was temping. So I was always going through different corporations for 3 years. Every week I had a different job. And I can't tell you how many times managers abuse their power because they get you in a room alone. It's just true. I'm sorry. But screw that. Work at home. Let them call you on the phone. Take the phone away from your head if they start yelling. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Yeah, never again, I promise. Okay? You don't need that. So that's my rant on offices anyway.
An office building is just a big filing cabinet.
That's right. An office building is just a big filing cabinet, and all those pathogens are just recirculating through the air. Most buildings have sick building syndrome. I don't know about you, but I cannot stand most hotels. If the hotel doesn't have a window that opens to outside fresh air, I don't even want to go. Because you will get sick after a while from breathing that recirculated air. And now with COVID-19 and all this stuff, no. I mean, French people come over to America and they see that we don't have any windows on our hotel rooms and they think we're all crazy because a lot of the hotels in France are wooden, and if you don't have a window, it's going to burn you to death if there's a fire in there. So, getting back to the real technique of remembering dreams, and I talked about this a little bit before, but we're going to do it again. I recommend that you leave your laptop in suspend mode. And so that means that you leave your laptop in suspend mode next to your bed so that all you have to do is get up in the middle of the night or whenever you do, if you remember something, you hit the space bar and up pops your screen instantaneously. And then when your screen pops open, you want to have a document waiting that has the date and the day of the week on it. So what I do is I write the day of the week, because normally in a normal world, the difference between Saturday and Sunday versus Monday through Friday is significant, and your dream will be different depending on whether you're dreaming during the work week or dreaming on the weekend. So write the day of the week, then write the year, and I just go like 4/25/20, like that, and then a dash, and that's all I do. So it'll say whatever, day of the week, 4/25/20, dash. Then when I wake up, I write down the exact time, AM or PM. Then the next thing I do is I write my first initial, which is just my personal preference, and then I write down any thoughts that I was having as I wake up. Well, I got to pay the bills today. We got to worry about the pool today because the pool filter is clogged, and I knew I needed to go deal with that. I need to go turn the pool on because we actually warmed up our little pool today. We have a pool heater, which we just got that working. So we're going to go swimming after this class, and it'll be fun. Should be nice and warm in there by now. But not until your class is delivered, because this is the most important thing to me. I can have recreation whenever I want, except on Sunday. Got to do this first. So then, after you write down the thoughts that are running through your head, I like to write the word schemas. This is what I do based on Dr. Stephen LaBerge, because he said every piece of a dream is a schema. So this is just what I started doing years ago. I'm not saying this is the only right way. I write the word schemas with a colon, and then I start creating a bulleted list. And I specifically try to make each bullet point only one sentence long. I don't even want it to wrap down into the next level. So I will take little pieces of my dream. I remember seeing a man. That's one bullet point. The man was wearing a white shirt. He was walking down the street. I think the street was in 621 where I grew up. And da-da-da-da-da. So I go through and I break down the thing into as many different pieces of specific information that I can. Then, as you're writing them down, you'll remember other parts of the dream earlier along that might have happened, and you just write them in the order that you're getting them. But then with the bullet points, it's very easy to drag and drop things and move things around and change the structure, change the format, and make it the way you want. Now, this is the lucid dreaming part, okay? So we're not dealing with dream analysis, which we're going to get a lot more into that in the Q&A on Wednesday, okay? And we're going to start hacking your dreams. But I want to get the lucid dreaming down first, because if you can catch one of those, it's really amazing. So theoretically, you have written all your dreams down, okay? You've written something down, you can remember it, and you got it written down. Now, the next part of the dream, the next part of the technique, is called the mnemonic induction of lucid dreaming, or MILD technique. This is by Dr. Stephen LaBerge again, and to me it is the best technique that anybody has ever come up with for lucid dreaming. And it's a very specific technique. So again, this is what MILD stands for, mnemonic induction of lucid dreaming. A mnemonic is like a short phrase that you keep repeating in your mind over and over again. The short phrase in this case is this: next time I'm dreaming, I want to remember to recognize that I'm dreaming. Now, here's what you do. Let's say that you wake up from a dream, and as you wake up from the dream, you can remember specific details from the dream. The process that he tells you to follow has 3 components to it. Number 1, you should have been validating, which means you're already in the habit of looking around the room, look at this, look away, look back again, and then say, is this the same or has this changed somehow? And if it's changed, am I actually dreaming? Is this not real? Is this a dream? I would like you to actually validate as much as 20 times a day, believe it or not. Validate 20 times a day. Am I dreaming? And then feel the excitement as if maybe you are, and all of a sudden you're going to have ascended abilities as soon as you figure it out, because you'll be able to do this stuff. You'll be able to levitate, walk through walls, create objects out of thin air, anything you want, okay? So then, when you wake up in the morning and you can remember a dream, the first part of the MILD technique is that you replay the dream in your mind, okay? But you now replay the dream in your mind with validation. So you change the dream. You look at the part of your dream that is the strangest thing, because there's always going to be something strange in the dream. Okay, well, yeah, I saw this car, and the car didn't have any wheels on it. It was all the rims on the ground with no tires. But then I got in the car and I drove it, and it was fine. So normally I didn't think that was strange, but if you're going to do validation, you remember the dream, you say, okay, I'm remembering myself, I'm walking up to the car doesn't have wheels, I get in the car, I start the car, and I start driving, and it drives just fine. There's no funny feelings, there's nothing wrong, but there's no frickin' wheels on the car, so something's weird. So you would replay that in your head, but now you say, oh my God, I'm dreaming, I'm driving a car with no wheels and everything's fine. Holy crap, this is a dream, I'm so excited. And it's really about the childlike wonderment, it's about the emotion. You got to actually generate the childlike excitement of realizing that something's wrong with the dream. Like, I just looked at this wall, and then I look away, and now it's a big field, and the wall is gone. Oh my gosh, I'm dreaming. This is so exciting. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. Okay? That's what you have to do. Then, at this point, once you have validated your reality, and you do this in your memory, right? So you're having this memory of the dream, and you're reconstructing the dream differently because now you're validating it and you're getting really excited about the fact that you're having a lucid dream. And it's all about the emotion, the childlike excitement, the childlike wonder. At the same time that you're replaying the dream in your mind, doing validation, which you didn't actually do, and then saying, oh my God, this is a dream. None of this is real. Here I am. I'm having a lucid dream. At the same time that you're doing this exercise, you also want to be repeating this sentence. Let's go back to the slide again. As you're doing that validation exercise and repeating the dream, you say over and over again, next time I'm dreaming, I want to remember to recognize that I'm dreaming. And I do it in my head emphatically like this. Next time I'm dreaming, I want to remember to recognize that I'm dreaming. Next time I'm dreaming, I want to remember to recognize that I'm dreaming. Next time I'm dreaming, I want to remember to recognize that I'm dreaming. You might say that 500 times in a row, literally, just like I was doing. You do it over and over again as you're falling back asleep, making sure that you've gone to the bathroom, drank a little bit of water, just a little bit, whatever it takes. Then, all of a sudden, what's going to happen is at some point, you'll realize that everything around you has changed and everything is different, and you're having a new experience, but you're saying, next time I'm dreaming, I want to remember to recognize that I'm dreaming. Now, as you're saying it, you're like, well, hey, this sure looks like something different's going on. And then you say, now I'm dreaming, now I'm dreaming, now I'm dreaming, now I'm dreaming. And you want to stabilize the lucid dream. So this is the next thing, okay? Let's just say that you get to this point in your work where you actually do the mild technique, you replay the dream, you end up in it, and you say, now I'm dreaming, now I'm dreaming. Now the big trick, because a lot of people have spent a lot of time studying this stuff, is once you get in there, it's very easy to leave. So again, if you don't do this properly, you're going to get into the dream, you're going to get all excited, and then you make the cardinal mistake that you must never make, which is thinking about your body. If you think about your body at all, if you think about where your feet are located or where your hands are located, or what side are you sleeping on, or think about your head, or think about your nose, or think about any part of your physical body, you will get sucked back into your body really quick. So you don't want to think about your body, you want to stay in the dream. If you think about your body, you'll lose the lucid dream. So there's different techniques that various authors have given us on how to stabilize a lucid dream once you're in it. And this is one of my favorite ones. This is from William Bullman. What he does is he takes his hands like this, and he sticks them out in front of himself like a magician. He sticks his hands out like this, and he yells at the top of his lungs, "Clarity, now!" And it's very important that you just yell the word now. The word now is very important. Clarity, now! And you yell that and you put your hands out. And what he also recommends is that you'll look at your vision and you'll see this little area of vision, a little small circle of vision, and you'll try to widen that circle. Because when you're about to lose the lucid dream, a couple things will happen. Everything turns into this weird gray mist, okay? And then your vision chops off into a little area right in front of you, and that's all you see, and everything around that area just goes into a gray mist, or it's not even visible. So when you say clarity now and you put your hands forward like this, you want to take that little area in the middle of your vision and try to make it go wider. And you focus on it really strongly, you look at it really strongly, and then you try to widen it. You try to say, what's on the sides? What am I seeing on the sides of this thing in the middle? And don't get nervous. Stay relaxed, because you already caught the lucid dream. You're in a good place here. So just say clarity now, put your hands out, and widen the area, okay? That's one of the two techniques. The other technique is actually called spinning. Now, what the heck is spinning? Spinning is something that Dr. Stephen LeBerge gave. You know, the other exercise, clarity now, for me is better. But spinning is where you take your hands together and you put your thumbs up like this, and then you put it over the top of your head, all the way up. And then you look up at it and you spin around in circles. Now apparently, and I've tried this and it does work, if everything is turning to gray and you're losing the dream and you can tell you're not going to make it, you just do the spinning, you lace your fingers together, put your thumbs up, look at them like this, tilt your head back and spin in circles, and then do that for a while. And as long as that experience stays consistent and nothing changes and you're still spinning and you're still looking at your thumbs, when you bring your thumbs back down, you'll be in a totally new place, but you're still in a dream. Now, another thing that can happen in lucid dreams is that you will get hypnotized back into thinking that it's real. So the validation exercise is very important because during the day, you're going to be validating and thinking, is this a dream or not? And you get into the habit of checking. Well, dreams a lot of times will take over and you're not lucid anymore and you go back into the dream and you forget that you were having a dream. So you want to cultivate the awareness that you're going to continue to be excited about the fact that you're dreaming and stay in the dream. And again, you'll discover when you're in a lucid dream, if you want to fly, you probably can. If you want to walk through a wall, you probably can. Sometimes you can't, it depends on your belief system. But if you learn that it's okay, you'll be able to do it. You can change the way your body looks. You can go to a whole new place. You can make things out of thin air. You can do anything you want. And now, in retrospect, one of the things that I think is the most important thing for lucid dreaming is to meet your guides. And we're going to talk more about the guides and meeting them later, but I was meeting them and I didn't even know what they were. Now, in retrospect, I kind of wish that I did because I would have taken it more seriously. So there is one other technical thing, and I'm not selling a product on this, but there are these weird goggles that you can buy that will help you have a lucid dream. They are lucid dreaming LED goggles. Now, what does that mean? You can buy these little cloth face masks, and they're all down to like $40. I think there's even one you can buy for like $25. They're not very expensive, okay? But you can find these they call them goggles. It's maybe not the right word, eye patch, where what it does is it actually studies the movement of your eyes, because when you start dreaming, you go into something called rapid eye movement, or REM. And so these little goggles will actually study the movement of your eyes, and they will tell when your eyes start going into rapid eye movement, and then they will give you this specific pattern of flashing lights. They might be red lights, they might be white lights, different ones have different ways of doing it. But the interesting thing that Dr. Stephen LaBerge discovered is that lights shined into your physical eyes will be visible to you in your dream. Therefore, you can buy the goggles, you can practice all this other stuff, you can put them on when you're falling asleep, and then you would train yourself, just like with the validation exercise, you train yourself to look for this pattern of flashing lights. So if you're in a dream and everything around you starts going flash, 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 flash. Now you know you're in a dream. I've never used these goggles, but a lot of people have gotten great success with them. I'm not saying there's any one right one to buy. There's a bunch of them out there. Try it out. You know, if you want to use these goggles, they really work. I think a lot of people, I looked at like 12 different brands of goggles, and most of them went out of business, so nobody's really had one product that rose to the top, that sold so well that they, you know, became millionaires and it's always available. They always end up having financial collapse. Unfortunately, I just don't think there's enough people doing lucid dreaming right now. But there are certain brands that you can find easily on Amazon, whatever, and just try it out if you want to, because it will, a lot of people get success off of that. So now, at this point in the talk, before we do the meditation, we're going to start to set up the idea of the meaning of dreams and what do they actually mean, and how do you analyze the dream data for meaning. So I want to go back to the law of one with the quotes that I was giving you the first week, and then we're going to have our meditation. So here's what the actual law of one source says about dreams and remembering your dreams. Is the memory that the individual has upon waking from the dream usually reasonably accurate? Is the dream easily remembered? And they said, first of all, you must realize we're overgeneralizing in order to answer your question, as there are several sorts of dreams. However, in general, it may be noted that only the trained and disciplined observer has a reasonably good recall of his or her dreams. So there you go. You have to be trained and disciplined, and I've been telling you how that works. This faculty may be learned by virtue of a discipline of recording immediately upon awakening each and every detail that can be recalled. This training sharpens your ability to recall the dream, and that's exactly what I was telling you. The most common perception of a person or mind-body-spirit complex of its dreams is muddied, muddled, and quickly lost, but you can change that. Even on bad days, I usually remember something now. Session 86, question 12, is there any other function of dreaming that is of value in the evolutionary process? And they say, although there are many that have value, we would choose two, since these two, though not of value in polarization, may be of value in a more generalized sense. Now this is really cool. The activity of dreaming is an activity in which there is made a finely wrought and excellently fashioned bridge from the conscious mind to the unconscious mind. That part of you where the geometry is being created that doesn't require your brain cells for the geometry to exist. That's where you've got to get to. In this state, the various distortions that have occurred in the energy web of the body due to the misprecision which energy influxes have been received are healed. So you're getting healed every time you sleep on an etheric level. With the proper amount of dreaming comes the healing of these distortions. And this is one of my favorite quotes in the whole Law of One, folks. Continued lack of dreaming can cause seriously distorted people. So if you have a person who has had years at a time where they haven't remembered a dream whatsoever, they can become seriously distorted. They can get very confused in Law of One terms. This is the seed of negativity. This is the seed of the self-elected Messiah, the seed of anybody who becomes delusional. A lot of times, as they're saying, if you don't ever dream, you're going to get really off balance. Well, that means if right now you're not having dreams at all, it's a really good idea to start remembering them, because otherwise you will eventually become seriously distorted. Even if you don't like the message of the dreams because they're very brutally honest, let's say, you still should be trying to remember them. Okay, next. The portions of the dreaming process which are helpful for polarization and also for the vision of the mystic take place in time-space, which is that realm where time is three-dimensional and there's no linear time, and they consequently use the bridge from metaphysical to physical for what seems like a brief period of your space-time. The time-space equivalent is far greater. So this is very interesting. Check that out. Even though Dr. LaBerge said that the experience of your dreams and the experience of waking life seem to take place at the same time, the Law of One says there's this brief little burst right when you fall asleep that takes a very long time in the higher realms. It goes by very quickly in the physical body, and this is where all of your spiritual healing actually happens. And the Tibetans actually have exactly the same teaching, and they call it the meeting with the Mother Light. They say that when you die that you meet with the Mother Light, and also when you go to sleep, it's like a miniature death, and the first thing you do is meet with the Mother Light before you have the dream. So let's go on from here. The bridge remains, however, and it traduces each distortion of mind, body, and spirit as it has received the distortions of energy influxes, so that healing, which again is multidimensional, healing can take place. The healing process does not occur with the incidence of rapid eye movement, but rather occurs largely in the space-time portion of the mind-body-spirit complex, using the bridge for time-space for the process of healing to be enabled. So what does this mean? Largely in the space-time portion. This means the healing that you're looking for is going to take place in your regular daily life. So your dream, when you fall asleep, you're going to have this contact with your soul. The soul tells you what you need to know. The dream then gives it to you in a symbolic way, but the healing has to happen in the way that you change your life based upon the decisions you're making in your life after the dream happened. Okay. So then he said, thank you, a question has been asked which I'll ask at this time. In processing the catalyst of dreams, meaning analyzing your dreams, is there a universal language of the unconscious mind that may be used to interpret the meaning of dreams, or does each entity have a unique language of its unconscious mind that it may use to interpret dreams' meaning? And then they said, yes, there is what you might call a partial vocabulary of all dreams due to the common heritage of all people, mind, body, spirit complexes. Due to each entity's unique incarnational experiences, there is also, in addition to this partial vocabulary that's common to everyone, there is an overlay which will grow to become a larger and larger proportion of the dream vocabulary as the entity gains its experience. So there's a unique incarnational overlay that becomes a larger and larger proportion of your dream vocabulary, and this is where we get into the language of dream symbolism. Now, I'm not going to go into too much of this right now. The bottom line, just to give you some big talking points before we do our meditation here, the bottom line is this: everything in the dream is yourself. When you see other people in the dream, they are not other people. Okay? This is a big mistake everybody makes. I can't tell you how many times I've had people write in and say, David, you were in my dream. You've been visiting me in my dreams. That would be what Jung would call your transcendent aspect. Back to the slide. Every character symbolizes an aspect of yourself. So you got to look at who those people are, where they were in your life, and what do they mean for you. It is possible for characters to actually represent other people. However, this is very rare, and it should never be assumed. Now, there are other characters that can appear. If you have authority characters in your dreams, they may represent higher beings that are assisting you. So this can include everything from police, firemen, security guards, and anybody of another race. If you see people of another race, that probably represents an angelic being. We'll talk a lot more about this later. I'm just going to whip through this right now. Another basic thing in all dreams is that the animals represent your lower self, the part of you that is primal, that makes instinctive decisions without thinking. That's what an animal in your dream is usually going to be. If you have a character, the time that you knew the character in your life is all important. So this is one of the keys of dream analysis. Figure out when you knew this person, when did you live with them, and then whatever is going on in your life now is totally relevant to that, because your dreams always compare the situation in your present moment to memories from your past. This is very, very important. Everything that's happening to you now is similar to something else that happened before. The dreams will bring up the locations and the people and the situations that you had in those other memories to get you to think of things that happened before, so that that will inform you on what's going on now. Because again, the bottom line is that the higher self, back to the slide, the higher self always wants to teach you spiritual lessons. Every dream is there to do that, and each dream is the most important thing you need to know that day. So therefore, it is wise to see your dreams as treasure chests of inestimable value. And the way that they convey every message is through symbolism. Dreams are almost never direct in any message they give you. They always use metaphor and symbolism, and they're using metaphor and symbolism to teach you love, forgiveness, self-acceptance, patience, all these positive virtues. That's what the dream is trying to do. And they are here to solve elaborate problems. So just again with these exercises, you want to wake up and immediately note whether you are indoors or outdoors. And then starting on Wednesday, we're going to go through the elements. The elements are probably the most important part of dreams. We're going to go through this in specific detail. If you have water in dreams, it's emotions, sadness, and grief. We're going to go through this again, so don't get lost. Fire is anger, intensity, and passion. Air represents change and intellect. And earth represents grounding, nurturing, and renewal. All right. So a lot more of that's going to come up on Wednesday, so hang in there with me. And in the meantime, we're just going to go back to, let's do that one. All right, how do y'all want to handle the meditation? You want to do the bowls, or you want to talk first? Huh? Oh, we want to do that first? Okay. All right. Okay, so before we do the meditation, I was trying to figure out like in what order we were going to do this, but we have said that because, you know, service to others is what this is all about. And back up a little bit to the line. Put your toes on the line, that way you're right in focus. This is all very specific with the depth of field effect. It's a fun effect, but you got to be literally, you can't be this far back. Look how I'm out of focus already, right? That's what we all have to learn when you're on these kind of cameras. Anyway, every week we like to profile a charity so that if you want to donate even $5, it's not about the amount. This is a way that you can actually get involved in life where you're starting to use money and your intent to boost your positive polarity, which actually, as she was saying in her Sacred Boundaries talk, if you caught that on Thursday, you're building your tikkun, your shattered body of light, your shattered light vessel that's got all these holes and cracks in it. Service to others heals the cracks so that you can hold the intensity of light energy to be able to ascend. So we want to profile charities each week that we like so you can help to be able to be part of that process of serving others and making the planet a better place. So what charity are we going to be talking about this week, Ellis?
This week, we would like to feature a really wonderful charity run by a dear friend of ours, and it is called Musical Ambassadors of Peace, and it's run by Cameron and Christina. We have been working with them since 2016. We actually did a benefit concert.
Oh, and you had a slideshow you wanted to see,
yeah,
right?
Before we were married, we even did a benefit concert. So why don't I let you get that before I continue, because it's a little... We have a little slideshow for you. We were trying to get my interview video up, but we were unable to do that.
Back up
I
a little.
interviewed
Right there.
Cameron and Christina 4 years ago because I was really moved by their mission. So it's called Musical Ambassadors of Peace, and they go to war-torn countries and they sing the love songs from those countries. So they're musicians. They have traveled to Iraq and Afghanistan alone, just the two of them.
As white Caucasian whiteys,
Very white.
very American whiteys,
Very white.
going to these highly dangerous places in the middle of wars in some cases.
Literally in the middle of wars.
Yeah.
And just beginning to sing love songs. They love music from those places. And what they found was that the local people who were being bombed by our government would gather together and start clapping and dancing and singing. And music heals the hearts of people, and it binds people through love. And also what really moved me was that Cameron and Christina are helping these northern Iraqi Yazidi women who have been taken as sex slaves of ISIS.
Yeah.
And some of these women have seen their family murdered in front of them and their husbands murdered in front of them before they were taken as a sex slave. And then, of course, brutally raped and beaten for months. And then they were lucky to leave with their lives, to escape. So Musical Ambassadors of Peace donates drums to these women and sends women in to help to rehabilitate them, to reclaim their souls. So I do have a video about that, an interview that I did that we're going to put into your membership portal so that you can see it. We were hoping to feature it, but we couldn't figure it out.
We also have these 14 slides.
But I do have some slides, so I do want to show you from the slides because this is service to others. Part of being on planet Earth is not only cultivating ourselves and helping ourselves, but it's really about helping others. And one of my master teachers always said, the best way to lose yourself is to give yourself to others. And what he meant by that was the best way to get out of your own worry about yourself or obsession about yourself, whether that's depression or just obsessing over your own life, is to give your life, to offer things to others. So we will be featuring people that we know and that we've helped that are doing this. And so I want to show you Cameron today. And this is the Sacred Warriors and Sacred Service component, and it's sponsored by Wilcock Spiritual Healing and Empowerment. So this is Musical Ambassadors of Peace. This is my dear friend Cameron. You can see him with I'm not sure the name.
That's an oud.
An oud.
On the far right, that's him in the black shirt with the oud.
He plays the oud.
And he rips on it.
And we did a concert with him. Well, there'll be a picture soon. So here is Cameron as he is in Iraq here, I believe. And this is him doing what he does, going into war-torn countries and playing music and making friends.
Singing love songs.
Singing love songs. This is
that's our concert, yeah.
Yeah, this is the concert that we did with them, a benefit concert in 2016. You can see David on the drums. I'm dancing next to Ari Honavar, a really beautiful poetress, and we did a benefit concert.
And we had our bass player there, and he was absolutely incredible.
Amazing
Just
musician.
like so amazing.
So this is Cameron and Christina. Cameron has fell into some ill health lately, a lot of spinal surgeries in the last few years, and his beautiful partner Christina. Just wanted to show you them. And this is what really touches me, that they are helping these Yazidi women heal from sex slavery under ISIS. And this is noble work. These women were sold, traded, and raped daily. There is a YouTube video online which we will give you a link to. This is a woman whose father was killed in front of her every day for 6 months. She was raped, and she, of course, wanted to kill herself. And she is one of the women that Musical Ambassadors of Peace has helped. What they do is they get these women together after they've been blessed by God to be freed, but of course their souls are crushed. And so part of the rehabilitation is they give them drums, they send a woman in. It's this
Well,
woman
wait.
here.
Let's back up a
You wanna
little
go
bit.
back?
Yeah, just because
I don't
if
know
you,
if I can. How do I do it?
so if you look here, everybody's got their own drum. Now that might not seem like a big deal, but these women literally have nothing. They're literally living in dirt. They don't have windows. They don't have carpets. They might not even have shoes.
They have no families. Their families have
And-
been murdered. They're alone, completely
So,
alone.
so it turns out that if you have somebody in there who can teach them how to play simple patterns on the drum, that they can accompany
know.
themselves.
Because of
Yeah, but
their
if they have the
culture.
drum and they have the inspiration, they can start to sing these songs and play along with themselves and help to self-nurture and self-rehabilitate. So this is an example of people's donations buying simple little drums, which, you know, it's cheap for us, but for them, it can literally change their life. And they get the drums in a group, and then they're trained on how to sing and, you know, what to play so that they can help to rehabilitate.
So this is what happens with donations. Drums are bought, and then they sponsor somebody to go to Iraq and to help rehabilitate these women. Now, they've been brought up in these beautiful cultures. They have ancestral songs, and so it's by singing those ancestral songs, they really return parts of their soul that have been detached because of such trauma, and to return the childlike innocence.
Yeah, so we just have 4 more slides for
Yeah.
you, but very
So,
quick.
This is one of the women. Yeah, anyway, this is one of the women that does that. And the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. So,
And that's Edmund Burke.
and this is where you can donate. And that's
Yeah.
that.
So musicalambassadorsofpeace.org is their website. And I've hung out with Cameron and Christine a number of times. I really enjoy them as people. I think both of them are really exceptional. And again, you know, there's no requirement here, but if you feel like donating, you can donate tax-free there. And it's a great service to others activity that helps everybody out.
And we don't get anything from the donations, and we're just featuring, it's really about inspiration. It's inspiring everybody to think about being of service and what we can do to help.
And so this is brought to you by our Spiritual Healing and Empowerment Foundation. There's the website for that. But I will just again go back to the donate page. So let's
All right.
now open this up for our meditation.
Okie dokie.
Then we can go get in our little pool. And we got the dog in the shot. I don't know if you can see her or not, but she's there. Take a nice deep breath now. And just let it go. And take another nice deep breath now. And just let it go. And you may discover that you feel very, very relaxed. You might even feel so relaxed that you can really just give yourself permission to let go. Let go of the tension in your body. Let go of the stress in your muscles. And let everything calm down, becoming more and more perfectly relaxed in each and every moment. Gliding deeper and deeper into the mysterious marbled hallways of intelligent infinity, hearing the echoes of your footfalls as they reverberate down that marble hallway. So deeply relaxed. Going deeper and deeper as you breathe naturally. Exhaling all tension and stress. More and more relaxed now. Thinking for a moment as you become even more deeply relaxed about this strange possibility that the oxygen molecule's nucleus is a cube. Imagining now as you breathe in slowly and deeply that you, as you go deeper and deeper into yourself, you're breathing in cubes, cubes of pure, loving, conscious oxygen energy. And the cubes are filling your lungs. And they're not really just straight cubes. They have information. The oxygen contains information in the cubes. And as you merge with that light, you merge with that information. You breathe in information and you exhale information. And you're so deeply relaxed. Like never before have you felt so calm and tranquility and peace, relaxation and love. And the cubes, as you breathe them in, just gently and effortlessly merge the oxygen of those cubes, binding to the red blood cells, the hemoglobin, and that oxygen being carried all throughout your bloodstream to every cell of your body, nourishing your body with that sacred energy of the cube, to every cell flourishing in its oxygen, as you have so much oxygen moving through you now and you feel so good. It's so deep, so pure. And now I want you to observe those cubes of oxygen as they move through the blood-brain barrier and inundate your brain with oxygen little cubes of sacred geometry. And now, as you're so deeply relaxed, feeling so detached, far away you are now, going deeper and deeper, farther and farther away, deeper and deeper, more and more. You start to notice the geometric activity of your thoughts. How even in this meditative tranquility, geometric structures are forming in your brain. Tens of millions of them in even the smallest speck. We are not looking at single synapses firing without any connection to one another. We are looking at geometric patterns tumbling around and rotating in your brain, building castles of sand and immediately disappearing. Elaborate geometric patterns spinning and moving, firing off areas of neutrons in your brain that are not physically connected to one another, but only connected by the geometry that links them together. Imagine this endless kaleidoscope of untold trillions of these geometric patterns, arising and falling moment by moment, all within your brain. Look at the geometric froth of tetrahedrons, spinning, growing larger, growing smaller, moving and transforming. Cubes spinning around, growing larger and smaller, moving and transforming. Octahedrons growing larger and smaller, moving and transforming. Icosahedrons growing larger and smaller, moving and transforming. And even the pentagonal dodecahedrons. Look at that. Look at how they appear so naturally in the brain. They move around and then they disappear. And just observe all of that perfect, beautiful geometric activity nourished by the cubes as you breathe them in and you keep replenishing your lungs with oxygen. And now I invite you to imagine all that geometric activity happening away from your brain. All that geometric activity that is you, that is your identity, that is your consciousness, your personality, existing completely apart from the body. Look at all those cubes and how they move in a sea of pure energy without a body, and it's still okay. It's still you. It's still your consciousness. It's still your thoughts. And now imagine, as you go deeper and deeper, breathing even deeper now, becoming even more relaxed than you already were. Imagine all that geometric activity of your soul, your personality, awakening in a dream. Imagine that awesome feeling of knowing, oh my God, I'm dreaming right now. Now I am dreaming. This is all a dream. Look at a wall. Check the way it looks. Look away and then look back. And if you're dreaming, then you'll notice that something is different. Something has changed. And you're very excited. This is so amazing. I'm dreaming right now. I'm awake in a dream. I can do anything. I can lift myself off the ground with my mind. I can hear other people's thoughts. I can materialize objects out of thin air. I can fly. I can zip through portals from one place to another. I can go anywhere I want to go, do anything I want to do, create anything I want to create. And it's all just due to the power of my consciousness. And what if this body, this dreamer, is becoming the real you? What if it is the seed of your light body that will become a solid and habitable form all on its own? Look now to your energy field for any little perforations or wounds you might see, any little holes in your sacred egg of light that surrounds you. Look for those little holes and notice how those holes are traumatic memories. When someone hurt you, when someone upset you, they created a hole in your energy field. And we also know, as you become even more relaxed and you breathe even more deeply and you exhale all tension out of your body, we also know that those memories that create holes in your aura are attached to physical locations in your muscles. As you go through a particular traumatic memory, as you think about that memory in your waking life, I invite you to ask your body where it hurts, where you notice a tickling or a pain or a pressure or anything different. Because all memories are attached to a physical location in the body. And then by relaxing that area, alleviating the pain, alleviating the stress, letting your shoulders relax, letting your arms relax, letting your legs relax, letting your groin area relax, your chest, your face, your head, the back of your head. As long as you are truly relaxed, those memories get to leave. You close the wounds in your etheric egg so that the light of the Ascension can fill you without seeping out. The light of Ascension can fill you and the light body can build within you because you've closed those wounds. And as you find the places in your body where there's any remaining stress or tension, you can be sure there's a memory attached to it. So I ask you now to tune into whatever part of your body might still have a little discomfort and find out what memories come up that are painful when you think about that stress. Do this now. Look for a part of your body that hurts and then think about whatever traumatic memories come up. And now, let that part of your body release. Let it go tingling. Let it just relax and melt with love. And as you do this, you may notice that any person who has hurt you or traumatized you or damaged you in any way, that when they did that, they may have created a cord, an energetic cord, between you and them. And the place that the cord exits your energy field is the wound that you see, this little hole in your energy body. And as you close that wound, as you close that hole in your energy body, you can also visualize that you are cutting that cord. You don't need to feel obligated to someone who is hurting you with a series of offenses where they will not listen, and they sadistically continue to inflict harm, and they don't care about your emotions or how you feel. In those cases, it is okay for you to cut those cords. Cut the cords to the memory of your past. Cut the cords to the trauma. Because as you cut the cords, those little holes in your etheric energy field will heal. The physical traumatic address of the muscle tissue will release. And you are becoming more whole and pure. Your body relaxed and confident. Your mind open and relaxed and pure. And your soul filling, quenched in its thirst with the light of everlasting love. And you will notice that as you keep breathing deeply, the geometry in your mind becomes more and more perfect and pure. Imagine larger geometric structures forming in your brain across much larger sizes. Imagine your brain waves regularizing, normalizing, slowing down, forming gorgeous geometric crystals in your brain. And this is what the law of one calls crystallization. Your thoughts are becoming more crystallized, regular, and ordered. The geometries have layers within layers that are all the same, like kaleidoscopes of intersecting patterns in hundreds, if not thousands, of layers, all in the same shape. Imagine these beautiful, radiant, kaleidoscopic, geometric mandalas in your brain. You're so relaxed. And I give you permission now to see yourself as God. I give you permission to see yourself as a being of infinite worth. It's okay to accept that you are the light, you are the love, you are the one infinite creator. And this is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be. And nothing and no one can ever take that from you. And so it is. Real quickly, let's take this energy that we've raised and send it back to the earth for the healing of the planet, for the healing of the critical care workers in healthcare that are helping all those through this horrible thing. Send it to the military and all the things that they're doing to free our planet from tyranny after millennia. Send this energy to all those who are suffering with sickness, with depression, with sadness, with anger. And again, send it back to yourself, to your loved ones, to your family members, to your friends, to your coworkers. But most of all, can you love this person? Can you love yourself? I invite you to just allow that love to happen. Just allow yourself to be a being of infinite worth, infinite value. For this is the truth of the universe. And so it is. And now let yourself slowly come back to your body. Wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. Let it happen. Let yourself come back to the body. And now that I've shown you that your brain is all a bunch of geometric confetti blowing around, and Elizabeth, you can come over here. Now we're ready for Wednesday, and you've already sent a lot of dreams in. In case you haven't, please do submit any dreams that you've remembered. I'm not going to be able to blow through very many of them, but what I'm going to try to do is look at the overall trends of what you guys are getting and try to hit off a lot of the stuff that I see everybody having as similar points, similar stumbling blocks. So we will be doing that on Wednesday. This is going to be your first intensive primer into the dream language and the symbolism, but what I really wanted you to have is that knowledge about the geometry in the brain. I mean, to me, that's just crazy stuff. It's very proprietary. Nobody else is doing this but us right now. It's a more highly realized version of sacred science, and I love it. And so I hope that you got something off of the meditation of geometry in your brain and cubes of oxygen coming in. And did you have anything you want to say before we close?
Well, on Thursday, I will be doing protection practices.
Oh, wow, we got a busy week.
Yeah.
3 days of filming in 1 week, yeah.
It's a lot. So on
And when does that
Thursday-
start? Noon?
Noon.
Yeah,
Mhm.
noon Pacific. All right. So what are the protection practices you're going to be talking about?
Oh, it's a surprise.
Oh, okay.
But it's about activating your light body and then basically emboldening your spiritual light field around you and also calling on the divine armor of protection.
Yeah, so we got a busy week ahead of us, but that's cool. And we're learning how to, like, you know, I can still have conversations on the phone if she's doing that, but I got to be in the right part of the house so I don't make her angry. And we're learning, but I might even watch, you know, I might just watch
Well, it's
because...
just if you do it there, everyone will hear you.
Yeah,
because
yeah, we'll figure it out. Anyway, we are so grateful for you. We're so grateful for you being a part of this class. We really do love you, and I hope you can feel that that's not just BS. When I have live conferences, I let everybody stand in line. They all get to hug me and meet me, and hopefully before too long, this whole madness is going to be over, and we can go back to doing that. But in the meantime, we're bringing you an online hug. So we hug you online, okay? And we love you, and we support you, and we will see you back here, same place, same time on Wednesday. And I am going to hit this sucker out of the park, and then Elizabeth's going to do the same on Thursday. Dream analysis and interpretation, very important class. Don't miss it. We'll see you then. Thanks for watching.